I met Aditi at your booth over there. That's how we got introduced.
Yeah, it was a really good conference. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was very packed. The travel was a little tough for me both ways.
Yeah.
But
It's a bit,
where are you located? You're in the U.S.
I'm in Toronto actually.
Toronto. So like the 51st state, as Blockface said.
It's not that far, you know. It's like an hour flight to New York, so
Yeah, it's not far at all. I'm in New England, so I'm like a I'm like a 3 hour drive to New York.
exactly.
Tinderly, what's up, man? Tinderly's joining us.
Good
How are
morning,
you
Timberlake.
doing, man? You with us? Oh,
Cinderly, what's up?
Tinderly might be having some connectivity issues, or he wasn't expecting us to have a guest. So we don't always have guests. Sometimes we just hang out and chat. But I'm so Lily. Tell us a little bit about. Tell us a little. Well, welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about Para, whatever you want to talk about, really. But we are very much what. So just to kind of give you a little background of what we do. Obviously, we're a little bit stacks focused. We're Bitcoin stacks oriented. However, we're crypto oriented. We are not chain maxis by any stretch. We love all sorts of options developing on whatever chain. And you guys are offering multiple chain solutions and something that we've been calling onboard your mom type of
Yes.
technology.
I love
Um,
that.
yeah. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing with Para.
Yeah, so my role, call it growth, you know, one of those all-encompassing sort of positions. And I've been with Para for maybe like about 8 months-ish. Um, I guess to like start off, like the way that I got involved with this project, I think is like maybe helpful for understanding it. So my background is in decentralized science. I was trying to onboard your mom, basically. um, I was working with scientists who are really not familiar with crypto in general. Very smart people, like some of the smartest, I would say, but they
Yep.
didn't have any familiarity with just like crypto as a concept or anything. We're trying to use basically blockchain tech to make science better in a lot of ways, make it more open, make it more accessible. And I do think I like very much believe in that ethos still. I think that a lot of science is broken and blockchain tech can help that. But the place that we were getting stuck is like none of this was working because we couldn't get users because we couldn't onboard them,
Yeah.
basically.
Right.
Um, it
Like
was just, yeah,
the non-native crowd is hard to access.
exactly. Yeah. So that was like very much an issue. We tried a number of options. Um, at the time, we were trying another somewhat analogous product to Para that I won't name, but um, that didn't work because we needed to onboard them to multiple applications, and it only worked in one application. So I was just like, basically, it's very frustrating to build something that's very helpful, but you can't get to anyone. There's like no distribution, basically. So I kind of took a step back. I have a background in like user experience and product, and I was like, how is this fixed, right? You know, I'm like, so I was like, okay, leaving decentralized science, start looking around, talking to my friends a lot. Someone mentions Para, and they're like, yeah, you can onboard on one application with Para using your email, and then go somewhere else and sign in with your email and not have to create a new wallet. And like that sounds so basic. That sounds like step one of like crypto in general, but
Right. It's necessary actually to onboard.
yeah,
It's there's tons of friction without being able to do it this way.
exactly. So I got super excited and I was like, I need to work on this project. So I just basically tracked them down and sending them messages and everything. And yeah, it's been really cool. So Para, if you kind of got a bit from that, is an embedded wallet. It's infrastructure, so you wouldn't have like download a Para app. An app builder would integrate Para into their application as we have like a front end SDK. It can actually work as like a headless, just like wallet generation in the background. So for a lot of like fintechs, that's quite exciting. Um, we got mobile, we got web, we got basically anywhere you need to integrate onboarding and or sorry wallets and or onboarding, Para can get in there. Um, so there's a huge kind of swath of applications there. And like you mentioned earlier, you know, we do any EVM, like L1, if you want to do, like, you want to build on Base, you want to build on, I don't know, Mana, pretty much anything there, Solana and Cosmos and Bitcoin in the roadmap, actually. So
Bitcoin's in the roadmap.
yeah,
Very cool.
the
Very
handle is at get_para. Sorry, someone else in the chat.
Oh yeah. Get_para. I have it. A GP. You can run them. You can put it up. It's
Yeah.
it's also getpara.com is the website too.
Pull this guy up here and check it out. So you guys definitely need to be following Para here. So that's get@para or get_para there. This is sick. I want to be able to use one wallet for all of my apps across different chains. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I know you mentioned that we met in so you met Aditi in Argentina. That was like a useful demonstration in Para because the DevConnect app was using Para for their onboarding. So
I think I actually did. I went 2 days. We were down there I was down there with Stacks, and Stacks had a couple of satellite events that we worked. We had a hacker house down there. It was really great. But the first day I went, I was like super fast because I only had a little bit of time. And the second day was when I met with you guys, and it was the day that Cloudflare was down.
Oh my god.
For everybody,
and the internet at that conference too.
And the internet was garbage. That like nothing worked, and it was like, but it was. There was definitely like still tons of people, tons of activity. It was really it was very encouraging for, and the conversations, because it was a largely, what I experienced there was a largely developer based audience too. So there was a lot of, it wasn't curious tourists kind of thing. Like we were at Bitcoin Vegas in May, and not that it was only that, but it was a lot of that too. Like it was a lot more retail and people like curious people that don't really know. Here it was devs, and so there was a lot of cool stuff happening. There's a lot of great stuff being developed. But what you guys are offering gives people an opportunity to connect with their wallet. They don't need a seed phrase. They don't even need to download a wallet app. Essentially, their app is kind of like it's embedded in the application that they're using. But if they go to another application that's also integrated with Para, they log in with their email address. They're getting the same wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like I was saying earlier, that sounds basic. It's not typically the case. We're able to do that because we use MPC. So that's the way that, like, the key is never actually brought together completely. So it's super secure. But that also means that it's portable. So we call it like universal wallets. Basically, like you can go to one place, sign in, go to another place, sign in, and all your assets, all of your NFTs, like anything that you have in your wallet, ends up coming with you. So we actually see a lot of interest from ecosystems for this reason as well. So we have like ecosystems like Camp Network and Vana are using Para as their ecosystem wallet. So when you have like a Camp wallet or Vana wallet, you have users that basically, like, a new app comes to the ecosystem, they launch. You already have users that have funded wallets. An email click to log in, they don't even have to like open another app. And they're coming with assets already. So it's pretty cool that way. And that wallet can come with you outside the ecosystem as well. So.
What blockchains is Para supporting right now?
So EVM, Solana, and Cosmos at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin in the roadmap.
Bitcoin on the roadmap, yeah.
So we have, and that also means that Stacks could very well be in the roadmap down the line too, partly because one thing that we're working on in Stacks right now, a proposal in the Stacks ecosystem, is to use. You can use Bitcoin addresses as Stacks addresses because every Bitcoin address can actually just derive a Stacks address out of it. So they're working on an update that allows sending Stacks and Stacks tokens just using the Bitcoin address. So that might even be, not that it's that hard to integrate with Clarity anyway. There's a lot of big brains over here. I'm sure we'll be happy to help, sort that out. But we may not even need to be able to start integrating into Stacks apps once that improvement proposal passes.
That's really cool. Yeah, I think like the composability and like cross-chain, cross-network, etc. ethos is really kind of growing. I think that's, like we were saying earlier, when we're trying to onboard people from outside of this deep. We're on a call this morning about these topics. Like clearly we are very interested in them. But if I have my friend who thinks that I work on Bitcoin and I want to get her to try out an app, I want her to be able to just click sign in with email and not have to realize like which chain it's on and switch chain.
Right. Right. That's the only way retail adoption happens. People need to not know they're using crypto, period. Almost.
Exactly.
They don't need to. They're just using the app for whatever value add the app gives them in their life, and they don't have to think about it. That's the frictionless way. That's how you onboard your mom. That's what we're working on here. Which we did have a Clarity is the main language on Stacks, and we did actually have an update to the Clarity language that allows developers to build with WebAuthn and passkey technology directly in like the Clarity smart contracts. But that's not necessarily, if you have a provider that's already providing the infrastructure for you, it makes it easier. Then that's and it's a safe and useful solution that saves the developers a lot of headache trying to adapt it that way.
Yeah. I think passkeys are really interesting. I mean, obviously, like there's also like the recent Fusaka fork on Ethereum, so I guess parallel to that with the passkeys addition there. We've been kind of talking about this idea of progressive onboarding. So we recently added one-click login to the features that we have, and we're putting that as kind of like the standard when you're building with Para. That's the standard login now, so it's basically just like click, log in with your email, you get in. We used to have like passkeys as you have to have passkeys basically. What you find is that not all, like if you're going to a country where people have not very modern, not everyone has passkey access at the moment. we're moving towards that, but
everyone has email.
Everyone has email, yeah. So what we have as options now is one-click login. You can turn on password, like add a password. You can turn on add a PIN. You can turn on add a passkey. And the way that we're looking at this is like, we have something called guest mode where you can actually explore an application without even signing in at all or creating an account. So it like provisions a wallet in the background. It's like pre-generates a wallet for this user. So just say like, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Blockchain, I don't know, or I don't know, some game. I just want to know what it does. I'm clicking on stuff, right? And then I got to a point where I actually fund my wallet. And I was like, okay, sign in with your email. That's easy. Then I got really into it. I spend, I'm like really generating some money, or maybe I want to like on-ramp some funds, or maybe I want to like take some money out of it, whatever. At that point, we allow the builders to say, okay, like this is a good time for you to add a passkey to your account, secure it a little bit more. You have a lot of funds in there, But it's not kind of immediately like, hey, let's go download this application. It's called MetaMask. You have to write down 12 words. Don't show anyone those words, but put them somewhere that you will not lose them.
But don't put them on your computer. Don't take a picture of them. You have to write them down, like the old-fashioned way. People get a hand cramp, especially if you do 24 words. Yeah, it's a problem that needs to be solved, and there definitely are a number of solutions in the marketplace, but you guys definitely seem to be well on your way to meaningfully provide options in the marketplace for this. Very, very cool stuff. And so like one of our one of our friends in the ecosystem. He goes by Crypto Dude, and he's built a handful of very cool projects. There's one called BoostX that you can send and receive stacks using BNS names, which is a stacks .btc names. If you have it in your X handle, you can actually like send people stacks through X. Really cool stuff.
Cool.
Another thing, him and GP are working on a project called Cryptonauts, where they have integrated the Stacks wallet with Unreal Engine. They're building a game that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem, so you can basically engage with token gating in levels or on-chain assets and stuff like that. And so they're going to have a product that will appeal to the non-native crypto crowd, and we need to figure out ways to be able to make it easier for these people to
in clips that be glowing. Insisting on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostX, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our good friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Friday. We made it through another week. We got a bunch happening today, so the week is not over yet, but we've been cranking hard. We've had a ton of guests and spotlights this week. We had Rosen Protocol. We had Para Wallet come on. We covered the Clarity Working Group call on Tuesday morning. We've had Dan O'Farron from his Tectonic project talking about what's going on with quantum resistance. We obviously took part in a bunch of our friends and family community calls, the Bitcoin Pepe call, the Bitflow call on Wednesday, the AI working group, the AI BTC devs working group call yesterday. So much going on. We got Tony, who's working on X402 for Stacks right now, he's going on in a little bit, about 18 minutes. He'll be live. I got to hustle. I'm late. I apologize for my lateness today. Let's get into it. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And with that being said, we'll take a look at the numbers today. Bitcoin back up a little bit, coming up in at 92,354, up 2.5%. Ethereum's also up today, coming in just over 3,200 at 3,244. We got a good amount of green in the market today. Let's take a look at Stacks. What's Stacks doing? Stacks is up 1.5%, just under 30 cents. Not financial advice, but I do think that that's a deep discount on Stacks at the price it's at today. Always do your own research. Let's see what are our top gainers for the last 24 hours. Merlin Chain, that's an interesting one, up near 20%. A Bitcoin L2, very interesting. Mantle's up 11%. Hyperliquid, everyone likes that one. It's at 9, up 9%. Sui, Aave, Milana's making a run. Lots of green in the market right now, guys. Most things are up. Most of the market's up, and even the ones that are down, not down too shabby. Caspa, Tezos, down a little bit. Fear and Greed Index coming in at 29, still in that fear range. It is up a little bit from where we started the week. We're definitely squarely away from that extreme fear range now. And if many of you, if you had bought in that extreme fear range, you're probably doing pretty good right now. Again, not financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And let me find my news thread. That music's a little loud. There we go. It's better. Don't want to blast you guys out. Make it uncomfortable for you guys to watch the show. Where is my news thread? Somewhere in here. There is news today, I promise you. All right, so what do we got here? The US SEC gives implicit nod. Whoops, hold on a second. Sorry, guys. US SEC gives implicit nod to tokenized stocks. Oh, what are you doing here? I'm in the wrong thread, that's why. It's not easy producing a news show every day, guys. I will tell you that. I'm just a little bit behind on everything today, and it's like the last day I want to be behind on anything, to be honest. It's just a lot going on. We don't have a lot of room. All right, so the US SEC has signaled openness to tokenized stocks. They've given what many are interpreting as an implicit green light for tokenized stocks, suggesting Regulated pathways may exist for bringing traditional equities on chain. While not a formal approval, the posture signals growing regulatory comfort with blockchain based representations of securities. If followed through, this could accelerate institutional adoption, blur lines between TradFi and crypto infrastructure, and open the door to fully on chain capital markets operating within compliance frameworks. Very interesting. Again, TradFi institutional adoption phase in full effect. It's inching closer to full adoption at this point. We're doing really great. Good job, everyone. Good job. Where the promise is being fulfilled. Phantom integrates Kalshi prediction markets. That's an interesting one. And you're going to see a lot more of this as these become a really good vector, not only to get engagement, but to also get a lot of data collection that's actionable. Phantom Wallet has integrated Kalshi's regulated prediction markets, allowing users to access real-world event markets directly from a Web3 wallet. Kalshi operates under U.S. regulatory oversight, making this a notable convergence of compliant TradFi products and crypto-native user experience. The move highlights how wallets are evolving beyond asset storage into financial super apps, while also raising new questions around UX, compliance, and the future of on-chain information markets. It's just going to be a matter of time before these are widespread and available in pretty much any platform you're engaging with and trading from. Very interesting stuff. Strategy takes on MSCI as Bitcoin credit thesis collides with MSTR signals. Am I on the right one? Oh, yeah. A new analysis argues that Bitcoin could underpin a $60 trillion global credit framework, directly challenging legacy index models like MSCI. The thesis examines how Bitcoin exposure, particularly through firms like MicroStrategy, may reshape portfolio construction, capital allocation, and risk modeling. As institutions reassess Bitcoin's role beyond a speculative asset, this framework positions BTC as foundational financial infrastructure rather than a niche allocation. Interesting stuff. A little bit, I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure of how this impacts markets, to be honest. I'm not sure exactly what this means. SoftBank is in talks to acquire Digital Bridge to expand AI infrastructure. Another sector that's going to just become broader and broader and more integrated into the new fi, I guess is what we're calling it, instead of TradFi, DeFi. SoftBank is reportedly in talks with acquiring a Digital Bridge as part of a broader strategy to scale AI and data center infrastructure. The move reflects intensifying global competition for compute, energy, and digital backbone assets required to support AI expansion. While not crypto specific, the deal underscores how capital is consolidating around infrastructure layers that increasingly intersect with blockchain, cloud services, and decentralized networks. Very, very interesting development there. China expands digital RMB usage. China's central bank continues expanding real-world use cases for its digital yuan, pushing adoption across payments, transportation, and public services. The effort highlights China's long-term strategy to modernize its financial system through a state-controlled CBDC. While structurally different from open blockchain systems, the digital RMB rollout reinforces a global trend. Governments are moving quickly to digitize money, even as they take very different approaches from decentralized crypto networks. Very, very interesting that this is pushing through even more so. We talked about the numbers already. We use CoinMarketCap. Huge shout out to CoinMarketCap, by the way. And Bitflow Builder update. The BFF Army is mobilizing as HODL MM continues rolling out on Bitflow, delivering smarter liquidity, tighter spreads, and better execution across stacks DeFi. Whether you're a builder, trader, or LP, now's the time to get involved as Bitflow pushes the next phase of on-chain markets on stacks. So you got links to Bitflow and the BFF Army. You guys definitely want to start participating in the BFF Army. Not only to become more aware but to become valuable and maybe even become an instructor yourself, so you can help others learn about how to engage in a very robust Bitcoin-oriented DeFi ecosystem on Stacks through Bitflow and other partners in the ecosystem. Stackies Awards are voting is live. You can support your favorite builders, creators, and projects across the Stacks ecosystem. Every vote helps highlight the teams pushing Bitcoin forward on Stacks. You can vote here. Link is in the news thread, and then also that is pinned or is actually shared in the live stream thread as well. Good morning, Hazel. Good to see you today. We have a lot going on today. The Whatever Morning Space at 8 a.m. is a great time to catch up with what's going on in the ecosystem. We do this show every Monday through Friday, starting at 8:30 with the news that you're hearing right now. We have guests usually at 9 a.m. Today's guest is Tony, who's developing X402 on Stacks. I first met him at the Hacker House down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. Awesome dude, and really excited to have him on the show to talk more about what he's building. We will have a short Find to Earn segment at 9:30 with Zenatron. The Game Master will join us at 9:30 to do a game round. At 9:45, we will be doing a AI showcase with 3 Hana. I think Bento will be joining us. Some cool things to talk about and show there. Weekly SIP call with Hero, myself, and Hattie at 10:30 a.m. Anyone's welcome, by the way. This is an open call if you want to join us, and or always feel free to join in and ask questions during the live chat or DM us during the show, and we'll get your questions out there. I'm not 100% positive, but I believe we may be being joined by Rena Shah from the Stacks Labs and the Stacks Endowment to give us an update as to what's going on with the SIP31 Endowment project. Good for Bitcoin at 2 p.m. I believe that's every Friday with Kate and Brandon, and Purple Pill Fridays, the way to round out your week, the longest running Stacks oriented space on X with Dan Trevino and Brad, aka Fluid Voice. They will keep you grounded, and it's a great vibe. Awesome OGs in the space. Lots of people come through, so check it out. That is the calendar for the day. Let me actually bring on the homies. The production notes, man. The production notes. I love it. All right. At least I look good. It's a matter of perspective, my friends.
We are handling the business. Good morning.
Speaking of handling the business,
I'm on the live stream with Peace now. I'm wishing you guys the highest frequency vibes, and may love surround you guys. The Good Vibe Tribe is in the building. Let's go, y'all.
Let's go. Are you on? Are you just wrapping up the Whatever Morning Space? They're still going.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was, man.
Hey, Adam Bitcoin in the chat. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, Adam.
Join us one day next week. We'd love to get Adam back in the rotation, coming on in and chatting. He's a good vibe too. So you guys, what were you guys talking about? Fleets was when I left the space. Fleets had just come on. Hero was up on. I was like, yeah, I gotta leave now.
Yeah, I didn't catch any of it because I literally jumped on there, got on the stage. I was running a little bit behind this morning.
You look well rested. Did you sleep a little late? I hope.
Oh yeah. I got a few extra minutes on accident, not on purpose.
We got Hana in the house. Honey, you having electrical issues? There's no light in there. What's going on?
I got caught up in the Whatever Morning Space. Right now, I'm still trying to put my light right now.
I know the feeling. I actually do that. There's definitely been a few times where I've started the stream and not even realized I didn't have my lights on.
Yeah.
How you doing today, brother? I see you've been cranking. We didn't get a chance to talk much about it yesterday because we touched on it towards the end of the day, but I did actually I just remembered now. I did get a chance to run through the link that the Hip Hop Awards promos that you did. Really great stuff, man. I'm sure they must be happy with it.
Oh yeah, they are absolutely happy, and it's happening in few hours. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend because the time they finish, for me to get home, it's a hassle. So yeah, a public transport. The time they finish transport to come from where they are handling the awards and then get home. It's crazy. So I'll just have them send the footage over.
Yeah, that's fine. And so we'll rerun that Monday.
Yeah, got to, man.
Yeah, on Monday.
Yeah, we'll run
Because
that
they
on.
have. Oh yeah.
Yes, dude. Let's handle the business. I know that you worked hard on this. They got the right man for the job. You have only gotten better and better at like editing videos, putting together video content, and also cooking music. Everybody knows that you are the tune guru. So I'm really excited to take a look myself. You know, and whenever it's in full, full force, right, and we're able to stream it, I'm excited to check it out. This is the first time we'll be covering like an award ceremony of any type. So that's a first for DeOrganized, and you had your hands in it. So dope, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's gonna be lead, bro. And
Mhm.
did you check the deorganized thumbnails now?
Dude, they're so fire. They are so
Going
good.
crazy with it.
Yes, dude. One of my favorites is the classic. That one is probably my favorite.
That's the one we're using right now for all of the dailies right now.
It's good. It really is good.
That's the
And
money
it's
maker.
format. Yes, it's a format, right? So those thumbnails are GQ, man, gentleman's quality.
Right on. Right on. No, yeah, Hunter's been crushing it all over the place, man. I will tell you, I have a handful of songs I've written that I never actually recorded or did anything with. And we were on this. Was it the show 2 days ago, or was it just yesterday where we were doing you showed me how to record and put stuff in? That was 2 days ago, right?
Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah.
So yesterday afternoon, I got a minute to sit down and I played through my song. It's just a chord progression. I have some lyrics and a little bit of like a chorus section or a bridge or whatever you want to call it. It's not really a bridge because it just goes back. And I sat down and I played it, and I even messed up a little bit. Yeah, I played like a wrong chord and then fixed it. I recorded it. I played it through twice. It was like 2 minutes. Took me like 2 or 3 minutes to record it. Just like a scratch recording, right? It's just me recording into my I'm sitting here with my one mic, the same mic I'm using to broadcast now. I put it in there, and then it made it a real song. It's like insane. It's insane. I don't know if we should have Tony coming. So if he shows up, we'll just break off. But in the middle, I want to show you guys because this is actually
Let's do it.
it's crazy what's able to do.
You're talking about cooking with Suno?
Cooking with Suno. I'm a little insecure because this is me singing and playing guitar, and I don't
like it. The
but-
creativity, let it flow.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna show you, but this is the record. This is me sing. This is me. This is the song. I miss your sound tonight. Something is not right with me. I know it's like a teeny bopper song. I'm not.
No.
You always were the one to have a little fun. Wait until you see what Suno can do with this.
Good.
Now I was the one who put you under the gun to walk away from me. I only know it's over 'cause the scene over my shoulder chose me vividly. But I don't know why Here's
why
why
you had to walk away. You had to walk away from me. To make you cry when you had to walk away.
Peace, love, music.
All right. This is the magic though, right here. Like I don't even know. This was the first one. This was the first.
Sick. Good. It's really good, dude. More of this. Your playing is great. I didn't hear it.
miss your sound tonight.
Wow.
Something is not right with me. You always were the one to have a little fun with me. Now I was the one who put you under the gun to walk away from me.
Oh, the man has arrived. We'll pick this back up after.
There's
another one I want to show you guys. We'll bring Tony in, and then Tony's in the house. What's up, man?
Morning, Tony.
Hey, how are you guys?
Jim, Tony.
Good, man. Listening to some tunes, getting ready.
You had to walk away from me. It'd make you cry when you had to walk away.
Or we can do one indie soul version.
It's so good, dude.
It sounds elite.
The way that it iterates with Suno is amazing. How you can reference.
I miss your sound tonight.
This might be my favorite.
Something is not right.
Yeah.
with me.
It's good.
I vibe with this, man.
You always were the one to have a little fun with me. Now I was the one who put you under the gun to walk away from me. I only know it's over 'cause the scene over my shoulder shows me vividly.
Yeah.
Girl singer.
No, that one was really good.
That's my favorite one.
Yeah.
out there. There's a couple of good ones.
I miss your sound tonight.
Oh, it sounds like high school.
Something is
Avril
not
Lavigne.
right with me. You always were the one to have a little fun with me.
Kara says back to high school.
Bet.
I was the one who put you under the gun to walk away from me.
Sounds so like Avril.
I only know it's over 'cause the
All right. We got
Dude.
a guess. I don't want to.
Insane.
Nice.
Insane, dude.
We were just filling a little
Very
bit. That all took me about maybe half an hour.
Sick, dude.
Well, I
do that.
wrote the song a long time. I know the song, so it's already a song I have written. Those are my lyrics. That's my chord progression, my arrangement and everything. Played it in, and then just had Suno iterate it. And
It's amazing how it can take the lyrics
You just
and
love
draw
it.
inspiration from an actual song that you recorded and then iterate on it.
Well,
Suno is
Yeah.
very
the
based.
more impressive part of that, man, is it kept the musical part. It kept the
Melody.
composition right.
The
even
music
the change-
theory.
Yeah, that right. It kept what I put in there, which I have a bunch of songs I've never really recorded because it's a lot of work to like track to
So-
that.
so
put this
So are you
right.
going to get? Are you going to get a peace love music album by AI?
Probably.
Wow.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's
Damn.
go. All right. So without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been a
Hey.
rock star. You've been making the circuit.
Yes.
You've been on every. I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I was set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friend. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give up a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack, or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction, X402. A lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. that's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time to for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like, you need to a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent, maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks, like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server, so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys, because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music, and maybe it's getting a lot of requests. Your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatically way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So, for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase, or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with V2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least, not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense, because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is
Uh,
there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC. So it could be easy to. I can appreciate why for security reasons they might want to limit the tokens at least up front. Um, because really most payments are going to be in USDC and or USDT, USDC and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. Um, so is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you
were getting USDC. That's all you could
exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token. So I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this. Because now, let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token. But they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit, so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping
Yeah.
him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
Doing
Jam,
good.
jam.
So yeah, I'm just
Yeah, me again.
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important thing that was receiving different tokens. I thought that that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token, and that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo, and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX, and Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic, and in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Yo, we have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about
Yeah.
accurate to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
And,
I like
by
it.
the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this Expo 2, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it behind in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly, exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about Explorer 2 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is five. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities. And the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with Explorer 2.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With Expo 2, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a Expo 2 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So
Oh,
yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks,
Expo
they
to
can.
Scan.
Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, maybe You can pay for the DoorDash. You can pay for LLMs. You can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community, and it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House 2 at some point.
Oh, yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find to Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find to Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find to Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find to Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow.
GM everyone.
The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
Yeah, I'm fine. We have a short time games today.
We have short, yes, we have a
quickly, and we want to make this contest. Yeah.
And we're going to have the AI contest as well. All right, so we have just a couple of rounds today.
Yeah, just play like a STX AI agent round and one more jackpot round.
Okay, awesome. So we have STX AI and one jackpot round coming at you live. GP, you want to share or you want me to?
I was doing the thing. Did you want to share this morning?
Yeah, I got it.
Cool.
All right. So these games are played on the Skullcoin BTC account on X. It's at Skullcoin BTC. 2 rules for Find to Earn. 1, you must like and repost the live stream thread, and then which will be linked in the game round. And then you also must like and repost the game rounds. Again, the games are played on Skullcoin BTC on X. And we are just waiting for the countdown to begin the round.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Oh, 1 minute, and we will launch the game shortly. For those that are new, I'm just going to show you real quick on my screen here how we play. That's the wrong one. You'll see a post like this with a link to Google Maps and an image that you're going to be looking for. When you click on the link you must like and repost the game rounds to be eligible to play. If you are the first one to find the prize and you did not like and repost the game round or share out the live stream, we're going to give today's prizes to Tony for anyone that doesn't follow the rules. And you're going to be looking for this image in Google Street View. You're going to copy the link to that image and you're going to drop it in the comments below. It'll look something like this. Congratulations to Wenyu for winning the jackpot round yesterday. And the first one that finds the location first and posts it in the thread will win the prize for that round. And we have prizes for STX AI and jackpot round, which is a stack sponsor sponsored by Skullcoin. Are you ready, sir?
Yeah, almost. So where place tax AI agent, you have to find this picture, and I can share this picture to you. Yeah.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll drop it up.
Okay. Let me find you, because these new chats is kind of different.
It's very different, although it does seem to be a little bit more functional now than it had been.
Yeah, they have to fix it. I'm just trying to send you the picture. Okay, let's go.
Right.
Nobody cares about encrypted messages, by the way. If like the provider and like
Nobody, right? It was
if FBI want to find anything about you, it will find. So just
right.
technique, so no matter.
The AI is going to be able to predict what you were talking about anyway. So
Yeah, let's go. No
privacy is
countdown.
dead. That's one thing that's true. So you guys are going to be looking for 300 hanging out on this bus out in front of that big
Yeah.
tall skyscraper. You get an advantage tuning into the live stream, and you guys may not have known that the STX AI agent is 300. He's obviously an AI agent. There's no way he can produce like he's producing without being an AI. You guys are going to be looking for this, and the game round will launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go, Hajime. Andiamo.
Hajime.
Look for
Vámonos.
300 riding the
Tony,
magic
how do you
school
say,
bus.
How do you say "let's go" where you come from?
Let's go.
Yeah, like andiamo.
Vamos.
Vámonos. Oh,
Vamos.
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 Hey, let's go.
Let's go.
We have vamos in our already in our vernacular, but it's a good one. It's a good one.
Or a little bit more local, like venga. It's more
Venga.
common in Spanish. Venga.
Yeah.
Venga.
Venga.
Yeah, let's go.
Ah,
Venga.
Binga.
Venga. Yes, let's
Venga,
go.
venga.
Venga, venga.
Venga.
That's awesome.
That was actually my stepdaughter's cat. She named Binga because she knew Bingo was a dog, and she knew that A represented female in Spanish. So she named her cat.
That's great.
Many
Really
years.
original.
She's 22. I'm old, guys. I'm old. Am I sharing the right screen? I'm not sharing my tab. Here. So I'm looking in downtown. Where am I here? New York City. We're in the deep. Where am I? Oh man. So there's a lot of skyscrapers. I couldn't just try to find the sky. Sometimes it's find the skyscraper. That's
And as always, among the skyscrapers, find Rihanna riding the magic school bus.
oh, it's a magic school bus.
You remember the magic school bus? Or,
I do remember the magic
it's beyond
school
your
bus.
time. Yeah.
I am I am old enough apparently. I found a bus.
Come on, hop on the magic school bus.
I don't think this is
There
the
you
right
go.
one.
Yeah, it's in the wrong lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that people found a lot of buses, but all of them wrong. You have to find the building behind. The
That's-
skyscraper behind is okay.
Let's go.
Hmm.
We still have no winner.
First you gotta find the building, then you gotta find the school bus.
Yeah, the goal is the building.
So Zenny, what's while we're looking for this, what's why don't you give us some details about the weekend contest we have?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make a picture about it. So we have the prompt contest. You have to make some kind of prompt and redraw the original picture.
And is it a specific picture? Huh.
You can choose any Google Street View picture and redraw it.
Any picture in Google Street View.
Yeah. So first, like we decide on Monday 3 winners, and 3 winners will receive the prizes: 100 stacks, and second and third place 50 stacks. You have just to drop the prompt.
How many stacks? It's what's 50 stacks? You said
200 stacks total.
200 stacks.
Yeah, 100 for the first place and 50 stacks for the second and third place.
Wow. You guys hear that? That's I don't know if I found the right bus or not, but I submitted it. Just to show you guys how to submit, you click share, copy link, you go over to the game round post, you post your link here.
Yeah, so we have like Nolofin found the right bus and only one MS find the right bus. We need just to decide the right place.
We got a lot of answers. I need only one MS, lone wind. Yeah, a lot of guesses.
Yeah, only one MS is closer to the right location.
Only one MS is closer, so he's going to take the prize today.
Yeah, if something is wrong, I will check after. Congrats on the one MS as a winner.
So I was hoping that this guy was going to win right here, but apparently it was not meant to be. Not meant to be today. All right, so we have one more jackpot round to go.
Yeah, wait a moment. I need to find this picture.
All right, so we're going back to the Skull Coin page, and we are waiting patiently. No whitelist round today.
Yeah, we just rush. You tell me yesterday we need to make.
Yeah, we got a full boat of stuff going on today. We got Tony coming in, sharing with us. Connor's gonna do a deep dive on some AI stuff. We got the SIP show coming on at 10:30.
Yeah. By the way, like I have a conversation with Eric, and I need to make a new SIP for the stacks. So we want to make the SIP with encrypted NFTs. We want to make it fully on chain.
Oh, we can definitely help you with that.
Yeah, I will write the draft and I will share the draft with you, with Rafa, with Eric, and we decide what the version of draft will be best. Because these encrypted NFTs will be the new meta, not just for stacks, but
you have the template or not? You know what?
Not yet. We just had conversation with Eric yesterday, but I can share with you too this dialogue because there is no secret, and so you can help me maybe also Hero because you have a lot of experience with SIP.
Yeah. I think it would be good to get you on a SIP call one day.
Yeah, sure.
But I'll send you the link to the draft. Basically a template. It's much easier. You start from there, and then put your text. Just fill out basically like a form.
Yeah, it will be very cool because it's not about just our project. Eric told me if we share this encrypted NFT with the builders, with the new builders on stacks, they could build something. So it's like about the tech, and could be on stacks a huge thing because it's a new tech. It's a privacy information. It's a private layer in NFT information. It's a new data like encryption on the on-chain. Because now, because now we're using a hybrid method. We use NFT ownership as a. We just check ownership through NFT and give them access to encrypted database. So it's on the server. But if we can bring it fully on chain now, there is a new possibilities on stacks. 2 years ago we cannot do it technically, but now there is a new opportunity that we can use it and make a new SIP, making tech on stacks.
Very interesting, man. That's I love that. I love that because it never occurred to me that and I never actually led to the point where that could be used for other purposes than how you're using it for Skullcoin. But now that I think about it, there's all sorts of use cases for that where you can have some information front facing and other information that's encrypted that has to be accessed. I love it.
Yeah, it's a huge thing. It's not about I told it many times, but it took years to bring it to reality because any new tech took years to people to understand. Like Bitcoin was just a game with cyberpunks. It was just a game between Adam Beck and others. They just a play with mining. Now it's become a big thing. Okay.
It's awesome, man. I love it. All right, so we got jackpot round coming up. We ready for a countdown?
Yeah. 30 seconds, wait a minute. It's absolutely cringe picture. I just don't know.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll all right. So we need to get a lot of people to participate for this 200 STX over the weekend. Game Master needs some help finding locations and making images.
Yeah. Okay, let me add this chest. So yeah, so I will DM to Hira, I will DM to Rafa, and we'll move forward this thing. So I think SIP should be, as I understand, SIP should be on the forum, yeah? Posted on the forum first of all.
Yeah, I think that's basically the first step. I think, and also Peace Love, I think also Bitcoin is starting to make it a little bit more official steps to post on mailing list, and our equivalent would be Stacks Forum. So let's try and get people to post in Stacks Forum first before they post in GitHub. I think that's a general guidance.
Yeah, that actually does make a lot more sense because it gets kind of cluttered and the conversation's hard to follow in the GitHub a little bit too.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, you will guide me because I'm the person never make a SIP. Okay, let's go. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
Right now. The prize is 50.
Yeah. Let's go. Andiamo.
Let's go.
Vamos.
Monday.
Yeah. This game is not so easy. It's not the close starting location.
What's cringe about this image, sir? I think this is great. This is what we're looking for right here. Somebody's still got their Halloween decorations up, but that's probably just Google doing them a dirty. Let's go. All right. So I am on my Google Maps. I'm changing it to 3D view, and I'm getting my little peg guy. Here comes Blockface, because I said peg. He usually does show up right there. He was invited. All right. We're looking for. It's not. So this is the jackpot round. It's probably going to be a little bit further out. We're in a suburb. I think I'm looking in the suburbs. My instinct is telling me to go east. We'll see how good my instincts are.
Yeah, there will be no winner in 3-5 minutes. We'll give you the clue.
Can I tell anything from this picture? No. I love the chalk on the sidewalk too, like the chalk drawing on the driveway there. in the image. That's interesting. Guys, don't forget, you must like and repost the game round, and you must like and share the live stream. It's very important. It helps us grow. If you like doing these game rounds, the more we grow, the more viewership we get, the more we can do, the bigger the prize is, the more opportunity for you guys to win. So make sure you are liking and reposting the game round. This one is definitely going to require some luck because there's no way to tell what direction to go in. Picture.
Yeah, right. That's a beauty of fine turn. It's a luck and skill, but now, like the jackpot rounds, the last rounds more the luck because it's infinite opportunities.
Right. Well, it makes it easy. It makes it more fun to participate for those that aren't as skilled as, say, Orange.
Yeah, because like we have very skilled people, really.
Very much so. Very much so. All right. So let's say we got 2 more minutes and then we'll do a clue. Tony, have you ever played Fine Turn with us before?
No, I did not, but it's pretty funny. I think I'm really far right now. I went where the houses were. I think I'm really far right now, but it's pretty funny, like trying to look for the building, or in this case for the house. It's really funny.
It's a fun game. It really is very engaging. We got a ton of people that tune in and participate, in the game regularly. So it's a fun, nice little community builder exercise and get some engagement. Very fun. I'm so glad that Zenitron developed this and also participates with it on DeOrganized. Where again, I want to shout you out, Zenny, because it's
yeah, thanks.
a lot of work.
Thanks for feedback. Yeah, we are still small. We will scale one day. We are on stacks, but the fine turn is just for CT, for crypto Twitter, to make a lot of engagement, and the goal to turn every airdrop hunter to treasure hunter, because crypto Twitter full of bots, full like AIs that solves everything, but we understand that we can use this thing to make a new small meta, new small culture for community, and make something sustainable with some meaning.
Yes.
Congrats. It's pretty funny. The game is really good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, we have a good time playing too. We every so often we take a little bit of a break, but I really do love doing these every day. So maybe the key is to do just a couple of rounds a day in between segments, as we're growing. That way it's not as time intensive for you too, Zen. Let me why don't you give us a clue? Because I feel like I'm walking in the wilderness here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm giving the clue. Let me drop the clue. Wait a moment. So let me check location. Okay, everyone. So I'm dropping the clue. The location that you have to find from the starting point. Following the compass, it's on the southeast, and I'm dropping also.
Oh, actually,
in the comment.
I think we might.
You just go into the bottom and to the right.
I think we have a winner.
Really?
Yeah. I think we have. I'm not sure who got it first. Actually,
we have winners. Yeah, we have winners. Yeah.
I think it was Hanif.
Yeah, Hanif is a winner. Looks like Hanif. Congrats, man.
Wow.
Wow.
Hanif was the first. The second was like
Wow.
Marip.btc, and DJ and Hash was the third.
Wow, we have some absolutely very skilled hunters. in our group that do
There is
really well with
or,
this. That's amazing.
or very lucky. Yeah.
Awesome.
Or
Everyone.
very lucky.
Or
Yeah.
well,
So
yeah.
so the beauty of the game, we're using like proof of game. We can check timestamps who was the first, and everyone can just follow the link, see the actual location that it's true.
Awesome stuff, man. Awesome stuff. Let's we are on a tight schedule. I hate being on a schedule, by the way. I love to just kind of do whatever we're gonna do, but we do have a tight schedule, and I don't want to be late for the SIP call because the Stacks dictator gets mad about that. So
Yes.
we gotta do Zenny, real quick, remind us what are the details of the proposal today. You're gonna post. Are you gonna post? Make
Yeah,
a post about it?
I'm just making the post right now, so I will make it, and you can repost and support this post. I just tagged that it will be with partnership with Stacks Guild. So yeah, but here
So,
I know Hero doesn't like our Google Street View games because he thinks it's boring, but I will tag him anyways.
No, I just think we should move off Google someday.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We just need all airdrop hunters in Stacks Service, all airdrop hunters in our like show game, like whatever, and we push this meta. We push like the encrypted NFTs meta.
We will get there. We will get
And yeah, I think you can post it for the standards, for the SIP standard. You can post a thread. I would say that's
Yeah,
a.
I will
would say
DM you
it's a
before.
meta. I think
I will
the key thing is
DM you
Stacks
before.
forum, so that
am
the
I
right.
allowed to participate?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So we will keep you guys informed, but basically you're going to be looking for a street view image. Any street view image will do. You're going to create a prompt to make an AI representation of that street view image, and there'll be a post that you can submit that on. The top winners will split 200 STX total. I think it's 100 for the winner, and second and third place. I think we're gonna decide the winner on Monday's show. Is that what we want to do? Zenny? We're gonna pick the winners on Monday.
Yeah. I'm just making a post right now. Wait just a second.
All right, right on. And guys, we're gonna jump right into from here. Awesome stuff, by the way. Thank you guys. Congratulations to our winners for today. We're gonna jump into the AI segment. I know Hun has been born ready, so I don't have to ask him if he's ready. Tony, I don't want to. You're welcome to hang out all day. You know, like we
Thanks.
love having you here, but I don't want you to feel obligated either. Like I don't want you to feel like you have to hang out. We'll just keep going. So, but awesome stuff with what you're working on with 402. We'd love for you to hang out. I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say we'd love for you to hang out during the SIP show if you're available. That starts in about half an hour. You're welcome to hang out, but I don't want you, like I said, I don't want you to feel like trapped. So if you have,
Yeah, I would love to, but I have another call at that time.
I'm sure you have a lot going on with the building what you're building and everything too. So, but we'll have to get you on again. Maybe we'll let you know about the next SIP shows every Friday at 10:30. It's an open call. It's actually a working group. We just haven't established the paperwork yet for making it a working group official, but it's open. So we'd love to have you jump in and participate then, because I'm sure that you'd have some good input on the SIP process as well. But love what you're working on with X402 and what you're building there on Stacks, and it's great having you as part of our community.
Thanks, man. It's been really great to be in this community. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we love having cracked devs like yourself. You're very down to earth too, personable. And that's what we love here. It's a community, and everyone kind of like it's a different mindset here. It's very collaborative and supportive, and oh, you're building something really cool. This is and people aren't are less guarded with what they're less more of an abundance mindset around here, I think, is really what it boils down to.
Totally. This is a different community. I have to be totally honest. It's been really amazing. Thank you. I think many of the people who have reached me might be listening to this streaming, but it's been really great. A lot of people has reached me to help me to start using the protocol. So thank you guys. This community is pretty amazing.
Right on, brother. Happy to have you here. Always a pleasure. Don't be a stranger. We'll talk in DMs, and I'm sure I'll catch you around. And happy to have you come on and talk about what you're building and or just what your experiences are. Even if it's just coming in and chatting with us around, like playing games or goofing around and what we're talking about. Sometimes we do. Always a pleasure, man. Good luck with what you're building, and we'll talk soon.
All right, totally, guys. Thank you. Have a
Take
good one,
it
guys.
easy.
Okay, I'm making posts right now.
Hun, I didn't leave you with a whole lot of time. We got about 25 minutes. Are you good?
Principal, is it okay? Oh yeah. Okay. So let's do a speedy one.
Okay, I'm just made the post. I hope everything is right.
We'll take a look at that right now. While Hun is getting ready.
Yeah, Zenny, if you want, like in half an hour or in 40 minutes or whatever, you want to drop back into Zipco, we can just sort of surface this conversation, right?
Yeah, so I think I need to, I need to write the draft to share with you, with Eric. And after I can join the next SIP call. When the next SIP call will happen?
Next Friday.
Next Friday.
Yeah, so the week is more than enough to make a preparation. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can even talk a little bit more about it during the week too. But we'll feature it a little bit on the next Friday's SIP call. Then is that good, Hero?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, cool.
Yeah, thank you.
Hannah, what do you need from me, man? We good to go?
Yep, we're good to go. So I have 20 minutes now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have 20 minutes. 22 minutes.
So which means 5 songs. Okay, let's go.
Let's go. Here, I'll let me kill the music here. You're gonna be playing some music.
No. So we're going to be playing music on Suno. So probably.
Yeah. We'll leave the
I don't know
leave the background music off.
if Binta is able to join. So yeah, let's just jump on it straight. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode where we talk about music. And, music is the heartbeat of the soul. So, yep, let's jump straight up on Suno. So, do you want to show us, since it's only a few minutes, you were sharing something about Suno? Do you want to continue with that one?
You want me to kind of start from the beginning and go through the process a little bit?
Oh yeah. Since now it's that lesson. Since you have also.
You want me to try to do another song live?
Yep. Let's do it.
All right. I'm gonna put myself out there. Let me get my guitar. I hope it's in tune. It doesn't really have to be.
So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are seeing a practical lesson that Peace is going to do in Suno. Is going to sing over his guitar, and his vocals are going to be captured, and then we are going to do some prompting.
All right, so I am on the Suno app. You guys see my screen?
Yes, we do.
All right, so I'm going to audio, and I'm going to click record. And let me grab my guitar, because you can actually do I think it was a couple of days ago.
Yep.
We sang briefly. I sang a bar, and it made a song for us. All right. All right. So I'm gonna just click record and do my song real quick, and I'm not gonna stop if I make mistakes. I'm just gonna keep going, and I think Suno will correct them anyway for me. So. I was thinking if time wasn't shattered, maybe then I'd have it all figured out. At the edge of perception, the stream goes on forever. Be as greasy as you like, it all works out. Just then a knock came on my door. How did I end up passed out on the floor? Her, she's just a dirty friend of mine. Some days I struggle and she helps me pass the time. I really fucked that up bad too, but I'm gonna just do it. Click save.
Wait, how? Cause you're sounding like PC Hendrix now.
Yeah, that's amazing, man.
Yeah.
Wait though, because I'm.
Oh yeah. What?
So it takes a minute. It's gonna make it. So that's the recording, right here.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the recording. It's crazy how easy this is. I'm gonna click remix.
Very
Click
easy.
cover. It's already got.
And now it's got the
there.
lyrics.
It's in there. So now I'm gonna
Yeah.
put style. So I'm just gonna do. I can't put like normally I would put like maybe like Velvet Underground or something like that, but it doesn't because it's a specific artist. So I'm gonna do 60s rock. Keep the song style and rhythm male. How do I spell rhythm? I'm doing it. Style, male vocals, similar to the original. Let's just see what it does. Click create.
Yeah. We got a song now.
I was thinking if time wasn't shattered, maybe then I'd have it all figured out. At the edge of perception, the stream goes on forever. Be as greasy as you like, it all works out. Just then a knock came on my door. How did I end up passed out on the floor? Her, she's just a dirty friend of mine. Some days I struggle and she helps me pass the time.
Oh, it's close to the original.
Close. It's a little off, but it's good enough for government work, as they say. But that's it. That's all you guys. And I would not know how to do that if it wasn't for the Stacks AI Guild. By the way, like that song is something I've written. It's not something I just wrote today. I usually play it a little bit better. I have a hand, and I don't love these first attempts here. Like I'll spend some time to change that around and stuff.
I got a question for
Yeah.
you. How much did this cost you to make this song, to produce this song in few seconds?
Well, I paid $100 to get the yearly subscription, and I get like 2,400 credits or 2,500 credits a month, I think, or whatever it is. So pennies. It really cost me on average. If I did one song for the year, it would cost me $100, right?
Oh yeah, and going to a fully fledged studio,
Forget.
how much would this cost you?
Oh God, thousands of dollars. It would cost.
Thousands?
Yeah, so
Thousands?
yeah.
Yeah, to get a band together to produce this, the recording studio time,
Mix master.
right? Forget it, and it would take and the time
Yeah.
amount too, like insane. This is crazy. I wish I had more time. This is actually probably going to inspire me to write some more music. I wish I had more time, because now I don't have to worry. So I have a bunch of songs that I've never recorded that I just will. I have a lot. I have at least an album's worth of songs.
So if you don't have time to do that, can we sell them?
I won't have time to sell them, so I'm going to need someone to do it for me, I guess. So we'll figure it out. Hana Music, 3H Music,
3H Music. So
distribution.
so yeah, this platform can work as a demo for to record all the demos and the reference, so that you can pitch to somebody with the style of music, that we have a song that's already been written. It sounds like this and this and that. So we are selling you this piece. Maybe you wanna do more with it. So yeah, that's another angle of selling music.
Let's see how it sounds as a rock reggae song. Just curious. I wonder how much different it would be. But this is, anyone can do this, by the way. Like, I do have some ability. Like, I play music, I've played with people, and I do write songs, and you don't have to be that advanced to be able to you could literally just hum a tune and then sing some lyrics, and it'll make a song for you.
Why don't you do that then? Oh, loving it. This is awesome.
Nice.
Oh.
I was thinking if time wasn't shattered, maybe then I'd have it all figured out. At the edge of perception, the stream goes on forever. Be as greasy as you like, it all works out.
Cool. Cool stuff. So actually,
what about you do that piece? Just do a live, like hum something, whatever, and see what it comes out.
Right, let's
without instrument.
Yeah, let me just kind of. I don't want to be.
If you want, you could do a BitFlow one. Because they are our partner.
They are. They love the song I made for them already too.
No.
What did you make for them?
So the BitFlow song that they play at the start of their spaces now.
Oh, okay.
Is it's this one. Hold on, I have it here. I actually have that right. This was ChatGPT, me, and Suno.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I hope they play my song at some point as well.
Did they? I think they might have.
Played it last week. Yeah.
Did they play it at the end? I think they played it at the end of the show.
So yeah, that's hum something for.
All right, now
whatever.
you're really putting me on the spot here because I. All right, so why can't I? Was what I just?
Can I save you on that one?
Yes. Hold on, we'll do. You're gonna do it then? You want to share? You want to do it?
Oh yeah, I just want to experiment something.
Perfect. So you're let's put your screen up. Oh, you're up there already.
I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I'll be doing beat beat flow. I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I'll be checking it. Beat beat flow. My wallet looking nice. I'll be on the beat flow. Changing meme coins all day. That's a beat flow. Yeah, stacks all day, homie. That's a beat flow. Beat flow. Beat flow. Yeah, we cooking a day on a beat flow. Yeah, beat flow. Stacks AI Guild. That's the beat flow. Yeah. Beat flow. I just want to hear what it'll cook for hip hop. So this is something like a hook. So here goes nothing.
And that's a little bit probably easier to just get a hook idea down, throw it in here,
Yeah,
and then you can build around it.
yeah. That is how I wrote my music, and just take my phone, turn on voice recording, hum some hooks, and then you start writing, make sense out of that humming. So yep. Yeah, this is easy, and this is going to save us a lot of time. So this is the hook, rim cover. I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I'll be doing beat flow.
So 300 just made me think maybe we should do like a AI music bounty for the boot camp, and it will be around Bitflow community album. So we get like people submit the songs.
Oh yeah,
And
it makes
the
sense.
5 to 10 gets, hopefully we get lots of people submitting, and we'll select like 5 to 10 songs gets to be on the album.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then they can put that
hip-hop.
album on the BFF Army website.
Yeah, I think that it works, and yeah, let's make the bounty. So are we going to make it this year or
No,
in
it
few
doesn't
weeks
have
time?
to be this year. Could be next year.
Awesome. So
I will definitely participate in
let
that bounty.
But I think it's just more
I'll be
fun. Like
cooking in the
people
kitchen.
get to be on the middle
Did you hear that?
No. Play again.
I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I'll be doing beat flow.
Whoa! Nice.
I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I'll be checking it.
Now we need a song for snacks and helmet.
Flow. My wallet looking nice. I'll be on a beat flow. Changing meme coins all day. That's a beat flow. Yeah, stacks all day, homie. That's a beat flow. Beat flow. Beat flow. Yeah, we cooking all day on a beat flow. Yeah, beat flow. Stacks say, girl. That's a deep beat flow. Yeah. Beat flow.
Oh,
I be
snap.
cooking in the kitchen, I be doing bit flow. I be cooking in the kitchen, I be checking it. Bit flow, beat flow. My wallet looking nice, I be on the beat flow. Changing meme coins all day, that's a beat flow. Yeah, stacks all day, homie, that's a beat flow. Beat flow, beat flow. Yeah, we cooking all day on the beat flow, yeah. Beat flow. Stacks say hi, girl. That's a beat flow, yeah. Beat flow.
I wasn't expecting that change.
I wasn't expecting it to be that full. That's crazy.
Yeah. So That's a little bit experiment. I don't know, Peace, if you have something.
Um, you know what? Let's see. What do we want to do? We'll make something real quick about we'll do something with the stacks endowment. Let me put my screen back on. I don't know. I don't have words off the top of my head, so let's see. We'll see how good I can do here. Uh
What you want to sing about?
We're going to sing about the Stacks endowment and SIP 31 bringing on a new phase to the Stacks ecosystem, explaining that Bitcoin is the only one. We're going to bring it live and expand the ecosystem, making Stacks the layer 2 that makes it all run. Let's go. Stacks endowment bringing the game. I don't do freestyle that well, so
You can use your guitar and make something like ding 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 ding. Sip 31 na 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 and stacks endowment na 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 na, something like that.
I wish I could have actually. I couldn't record yours. All right, so I just don't have a. I don't have a lyric ready. So it's you know what? I guess it's a little bit trickier than just off the top of your head coming up with an idea, right? That probably is. It's probably better to kind of think about what your idea is. Let me We got like 3 minutes left, so let me do this real quick. We'll do something like Stacks endowment. It's just a jingle.
Let's gonna go. Come on, bro.
Is it gonna give you? Is it gonna add all the lyrics and stuff then?
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
Oh man.
So we're gonna go remix. We're gonna go cover. It probably.
Question for you, Hero Gamer. What do you like the most on AI? The AI music side or the visual side?
I think music is very, very, very social. So it's a good way to be with each other, you know, and socialize. I think from you know, it's like opportunity job standpoint, I prefer the coding side.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe there's something
Yeah.
there, but content side helps with getting to a stage where you can make adverts. So, which is important in growing any company.
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for
Nice.
the Stacks
Nice.
ecosystem.
Jingle.
Stacks
Nice.
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening
Play that
doors
when
for the
Reina is here.
Stacks ecosystem.
Not bad. Not bad.
Nice. So, Hero Gamer, you know, P-Load got a gig and he made a song with Suno with AI. He learned through Stakes AI Guild and he got paid for that.
Really?
Which is
Who
amazing.
paid him?
Oh,
Yeah. He didn't give us much information, but he was thanking us on the whatever morning show, saying that thank you so much for teaching the music side. I got paid.
I would love for him to share this success story somewhere.
Yeah, so the Rosen project that we had on I can't remember whether it was Monday or Tuesday now. He put that together. He just told me he's working on something with KuCoin and another project too that he's going to try to like get on our show and work out some possible deals with for us too. So he's Pip's been putting work in. I didn't know he made a song though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I see Hattie here. Hattie's in the wings. We're going to bring Hattie on. We can kind of roll into the SIP segment, I guess. But hold on. Before we actually roll into the SIP segment, the first thing we got to do is play the SIP song, the Hero Crew.
Oh, yeah. Is Raina here yet?
Reina's not here yet.
Let me just quick message her. Oh, she's just running a few minutes late. She'll be here.
No worries. We got time. I
want to make another SIP song. I think each SIP should have a song.
Everything can have a song.
Yeah.
Really, the bottom line is that we can do anything. What's up, Hattie? How you doing today, man?
Hey everyone. I'm good. How's everyone else?
Good, man. We're just grooving to some music production this morning while we're getting ready for the call. You don't want to hang out for the SIP call, Hannah?
I'll jump in. I gotta go do a little something and then come back.
Oh, you got that. Hannah's got the hip hop awards going on. He's busy.
Oh.
If you can't make it, brother, don't worry about it. We got it. If you can, definitely feel free to jump back in.
No problem at all. I'll jump back in if I got some time.
All right.
But yeah,
good luck with
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the boot camp.
Thanks for the boot camp. Thanks for showing us how to play with Suno and be productive. Definitely unlocking some stuff for me. And you enjoy your weekend, brother. Keep cranking. And so I don't know if Hero and everybody knows, but Hana was tabbed to make some content for the Zimbabwe Hip Hop Awards that are happening today. We'll actually be streaming. We'll have some footage from that on Monday to share. But he made a bunch of graphics and video intros for the different awards and stuff. It's really good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right on, man. Right on.
I'll definitely share the process. I'll definitely share the process that I did in making all of those. Maybe people would like to know a little more about it.
You should definitely share that process. Maybe we'll go over that on Monday too.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, Hadi. Thank you, Peace. Thank you, Eurogamer. Thank you, GP. I'll catch you later, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Peace out, brother.
Cheers,
Have a great weekend, man. I'm going to do this. All right. Guys, it is time for SIP Show Friday with yours truly, Peace, Love, Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking Stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is the head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi Working Group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks Forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks Forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week. And we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the SIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freeger SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So, do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but there are. She seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shaw in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear
Stacks.
the jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowments, if 31 opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So so what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
That's all right. Now we're it's breaking
control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share my blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend, because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone, to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasure. Like, this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of, if market conditions prove we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go upstairs. Right there. Nice. Go up a little bit. Well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up. Other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have three types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it, because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed. Yeah, and it's, I mean, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally, we can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that the since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of stacks asset appreciate and or have the stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both. There's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. They have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs. Because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too, on top of dual stacking. SBTC being open, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all the stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post, go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into Stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in Stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy Stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want Stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask, or like the big wallets, to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again, when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive, and check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. Of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they kind of sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here,
go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is, because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
When you tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there. There's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired, that they have the playroom that they need to get stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is for networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like I'd say like the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So,
and to that point, yeah, that's great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes, yeah. I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to the Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think. And
Stacks forum is the best place, because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful, because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace. Do you want to just scroll to that form just to show
Yeah,
people where it
go
is?
down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple
Go up
form.
a little bit. Not get there we go. So I posted last night on the forum of we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit, so I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members, but
Oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
We need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost work. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens that were the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
Representing the foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO. Because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both. But right now, managing the funds is probably paramount. Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can. I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected. It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards. And so therefore the endowment does not stake. Understandable. We were actually, we talked around that concept a little for during the, before when the vote was live and even beforehand when the community weighed in and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote. Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome. The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to a slot. Awesome. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you. I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there. Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rena, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie? We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So you can expect
Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is his R&D baby. He has been gunning for this as a long-time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on, is very, very exciting, because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today, and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it, is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And like, this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform, because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things, because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening, is can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered in the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going, and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like, the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The LabsCo, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of LabsCo. The LabsCo is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted to...
welcome. No, it's...
You to put it in your own words as well.
It's necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges. And so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I am just staff at endowment, where everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabSco, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach, just getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment, so like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
Totally, I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge.
I think it's just difficult for sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate. Because Stacks is, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like actually when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Tenderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabSco so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been help advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it where we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODL MMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so like we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODL MM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of we just got to keep chipping away, and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call. It's on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate y'all.
You have carte
It's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that...
There's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fraser SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that. And yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there's several huge technical upgrades coming too, so
Technical
I can
upgrades,
anticipate.
and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31, because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be
later
up and ready
today.
in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will absolutely, we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tenderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't mind share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tenderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tenderly is one of the young up and coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded, and there's like a lot of links that you can get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post like your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle. Then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool.
And I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, but I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks Forum and read it more if you want. So I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that's I'm doing the
Um,
right approach or
Sir
if you have any
Hirogamer, I have
suggestion,
a question, sir.
also welcome feedback.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir. I have a question, sir. So, sir,
Yeah, shoot, ask away.
what is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So
And what
working group
is
essentially working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks or via Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tinderly? Tinderly?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there is more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine
Yeah, it
in the
does sound
future
good.
we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an
vote
important.
for GP for best community builder.
Yep, vote for DeOrganized Media, vote for GP,
Vote for Peace Love Music.
Amazing guys, you guys been killing it this year, you know. Really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated, to be honest with you. There's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools, to be honest. I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there, bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community, make sure and just vote whoever you vote for, go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday.
Oh,
They had-
yeah.
They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in, and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added to my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh, no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from Stacks Labs hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, Leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
You know, it's just so that we can get, I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across Stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and Leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at Leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed. But once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is a working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody who's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that is a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Zero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
but I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know, is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AI-ing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings. And
well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're going to have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like, I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And I'm just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like, I really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also very sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley's. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more. Notes in the dark. Pull requests in store. Decentralized future. Open
like the Miss 300 experience, like where she comes in with her
Free
cameo.
honey.
Cameo, free honey.
Free honey. Big smiles on the face today for this morning, blessing us with her presence. Let's go, dude.
Yeah, bro.
High frequencies.
Yeah, but we didn't, she made dinner. We didn't go out. So we actually are going out this evening. I have my office Christmas party. My broker takes the whole office, so it's a small office, so it's not a huge deal. But it's we're gonna go out to a nice restaurant. I'm gonna eat on his dime.
Yes, dude, get a steak.
I'm definitely getting a steak. This
Get a
place
steak.
actually has like a huge prime rib that's like, they have a normal prime rib that's like, regular price, like $30-$40 or something like that. But they have one that's like very large and like $100. And I'm like, maybe I will, maybe I
Be that guy.
won't.
Be that guy. You have to, dude.
Well,
they
I
have
know I
prime rib
can.
that's this big. Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I could finish it in one sitting anymore, to be honest.
Well,
Like,
you can take it home and then make a sandwich out of it.
yes, well, I could do that. I'm gonna, if maybe I will. I'll consider it. Either way, I'm definitely gonna have a couple whiskeys, get some dessert, have a nice time with the wife, and I don't even have to pay for it, so it's happy. Merry Christmas to me, happy anniversary. Shout out Piva Realty Group. If you are in the Rhode Island or Massachusetts area, Piva Realty Group has you covered for all of your real estate needs. Really, I'm just going to be we're busy this week. It's just how it is. I got a lot going on. I'm behind on some things. I have some deliverables I need to get out there, which I just finally entered into the world of like the modern era where I finally have a secondary monitor here. Literally came in this morning, set it up this morning. So like if you guys see me like this, I'm on my second monitor.
Game changer, dude.
Right.
Yeah, the thumbnail, dude. The thumbnail. I have to second that here in the private chat. Dude, that thumbnail with us going like, it's so good. It looks like on par for YouTube. Like that looks like a professional YouTube like thumbnail. You see the big accounts, the big, with a lot of followers, they do those thumbnails, and it looks great, man. Damn good.
Yeah, I think Hunna nailed it again with that one. He sent me a bunch of them, by the way, so we have some to play around with. And then these are things that like I can't even express how much of a lift that is for me, because it's something I know we've needed for a while, but I just don't have the time. Like, I appreciate you guys picking those things up because, it didn't take a ton of effort. It was some effort. I don't want to belittle what it was, but it's just another chip away, right? Yes. You just chipped another little bit of that rock away, and now we're that much closer to busting the rock. So
speaking of chipping away rocks too, yesterday, big breakthrough on Cryptonauts with Crypto Dude. He actually sent the first transaction through the game. So real deal transaction. Unreal Engine UE5 interacting with the Stacks blockchain. Let's go.
Really, big boy real mainnet transaction?
Insane, real transaction, really happened, real deal, thoroughbred building. I'm telling you.
So we're close to crypto gaming with bets.
I think that the betting aspect will come later on in other seasons, but we're close to like some real GameFi, some real like deal, cool AAA studio-esque gaming.
I'm buying assets with my stacks or my SBTC or my USDH.
Yes, and you're actually owning those in-game assets, which will be a huge unlock. Those gaming assets are composable. So say somebody else wants to build a game and you hold an NFT that gives you some type of weapon within Cryptonauts.
I can make a game and give early access to everybody that has assets in Cryptonauts.
Or they can have special weapons in their game, right? It's composable.
Much respect to you guys. Every time I think it'll be late this side. I just see some Discord call and it's in the kitchen. These guys are really cooking. If you join that Discord call, you see that the guys are pitching ideas, jumping here and there, making some creations right there and there. And I'm really thankful that I'm experiencing how you're creating live as you go. And this is gonna be massive. Trust me. Unreal
Yeah.
Engine and Stacks. This is massive.
So he's also documenting the process for the Stacks authentication flow for UE5 as well. So it's not only going to be just Cryptonauts. If somebody wants to come to Stacks and build a game, they will be able to do it. So big shout out to Crypto Dude. Big shout out to Crypto Smith. Those guys are very brilliant, very talented, indie devs, and handling the business, man. Gotta say it.
They are cooking with
stuff.
hot grease, like you always say.
Yeah, the grease is hot, and we are in the kitchen. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. I think our guest is here. We actually have Lily from Para, the Para project. They're building wallet infrastructure for fintech and crypto. Some awesome stuff. Very excited to talk to her more about their project. So I'm going to bring her on in. Good morning, Lily. How are you today?
Good
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, good.
Morning.
I'm Peace. This is GP and 300.
Hi guys. I'm Lily.
Lily, what's up?
Good morning.
Very
Nice to
happy
meet
have
you.
today.
Yeah, you guys too.
Happy to
Where are
have
guys
you here.
calling from the States, I guess, I'm assuming.
Yeah, East Coast.
I'm East Coast, GP's East Coast. Hana's in Zimbabwe.
Oh, sick.
Africa, Zimbabwe.
Let's go.
Yeah, we have a very broad community. We got a lot of people participating in this project from all over Africa, South, LATAM, friends in Europe, Asia, all over, Australia.
Nice. I was just in Argentina, actually.
Oh, were you down? We were for Dev Connect.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, that's where I met Didi at your booth over there. That's how we got introduced.
Yeah, it was a really good conference. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was very packed. The travel was a little tough for me both ways.
Yeah.
But, where are you located? You're in the U.S.
I'm in Toronto, actually.
Toronto. So like the 51st state, as Blockface said.
It's not that far, It's like an hour flight to New York, so.
Yeah, it's not far at all. I'm in New England, so I'm like a 3-hour drive to New York. Tinderly, what's up, man? Tinderly's joining us. How are you doing, man? You with us? Oh,
Tinderly, what's up?
Tinderly might be having some connectivity issues, or he wasn't expecting us to have a guest. So we don't always have guests. Sometimes we just hang out and chat. So Lily, tell us a little bit about. Welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about Para, whatever you want to talk about, really. But we are very much So, just to kind of give you a little background of what we do. Obviously, we're a little bit stacks focused. We're Bitcoin stacks oriented. However, we're crypto oriented. We are not chain maxis by any stretch. We love all sorts of options developing on whatever chain. And you guys are offering multiple chain solutions and something that we've been calling onboard your mom type of technology.
I love that.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing with Para.
Yeah. So my role, call it growth. One of those all-encompassing sort of positions. And I've been with Para for like about 8 months-ish. I guess to start off, the way that I got involved with this project, I think is maybe helpful for understanding it. So my background is in decentralized science. I was trying to onboard your mom, basically. I was working with scientists who are really not familiar with crypto in general. Very smart people, some of the smartest, I would say. But they didn't have any familiarity with just crypto as a concept or anything. We're trying to use basically blockchain tech to make science better. a lot of ways, make it more open, make it more accessible. And I do think I like very much believe in that ethos still. I think that a lot of science is broken and blockchain tech can help that. But the place that we were getting stuck is like none of this was working because we couldn't get users because we couldn't onboard them.
Yeah,
basically.
right.
It
Like,
was just
the non-native crowd is hard to access.
Exactly. Yeah. So that was like very much an issue. We tried a number of options. At the time, we were trying another somewhat analogous product to Para that I won't name, but that didn't work because we needed to onboard them to multiple applications, and it only worked in one application. So I was just like, basically, it's very frustrating to build something that's very helpful, but you can't get to anyone. There's like no distribution, basically. So I kind of took a step back. I have a background in like user experience and product, and I was like, how is this fixed, right? I'm like, so I was like, okay, leaving decentralized science, start looking around, talking to my friends a lot. Someone mentions Para, and they're like, yeah, you can onboard on one application with Para using your email, and then go somewhere else and sign in with your email and not have to create a new wallet. And like, that sounds so basic. That sounds like step one of like crypto in general, but
right, it's necessary actually to onboard.
Yeah,
it's there's tons of friction without being able to do it this way.
Exactly. So I got super excited and I was like, I need to work on this project. So I just basically tracked them down and sending them messages and everything. And yeah, it's been really cool. So Para, if you kind of got a bit from that, is an embedded wallet. It's infrastructure, so you wouldn't have like download a Para app. An app builder would integrate Para into their application as we have like a front-end SDK. It can actually work as like a headless, just like wallet generation in the background. So for a lot of like fintechs, that's quite exciting. We got mobile, we got web, we got basically anywhere you need to integrate onboarding wallets and/or onboarding, Para can get in there. So there's a huge kind of swath of applications there, and like you mentioned earlier, we do any EVM, like L1 if you want to do like you want to build on Base, you want to build on Mana, pretty much anything there. Solana and Cosmos and Bitcoin in the roadmap actually. So
Bitcoin's in the roadmap.
Yeah,
very cool.
The handle is at get_para. Sorry, someone else in the chat.
Oh yeah, get_para. I have it. A GP. You can run them. You can put it up. It's it's also getpara.com is the website too.
Pull this guy up here and check it out. So you guys definitely need to be following Para here. So that's get@para or get_para there. This is sick. I want to be able to use one wallet for all of my apps across different chains. That sounds lovely.
Yeah. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. I know you mentioned that we met in you met Aditi in Argentina. That was like a useful demonstration in Para because the DevConnect app was using Para for their onboarding. So
I think I actually did. I went 2 days. We were down there I was down there with Stacks, and Stacks had a couple of satellite events that we worked. We had a hacker house down there. It was really great. But the first day I went, I was like super fast because I only had a little bit of time. And the second day was when I met with you guys, and it was the day that Cloudflare was down.
Oh my god!
For everybody,
and the internet at that conference too.
And the internet was garbage. That nothing worked, and it was like, but it was. There was definitely like still tons of people, tons of activity. It was really it was very encouraging and the conversations, because it was a largely what I experienced there was a largely developer based audience too. So there was a lot of, it wasn't curious tourists kind of thing. Like we were at Bitcoin Vegas in May, and not that it was only that, but it was a lot of that too. Like it was a lot more retail and
Yeah.
people like curious people that don't really know. Here it was devs, and so there was a lot of cool stuff happening. There's a lot of great stuff being developed. But what you guys are offering gives people an opportunity to connect with their wallet. They don't need a seed phrase. They don't even need to download a wallet app. Essentially, their app is kind of like it's embedded in the application that they're using. But if they go to another application that's also integrated with Para, they log in with their email address. They're getting the same wallet.
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like I was saying earlier, that sounds basic. It's not typically the case. We're able to do that because we use MPC. So that's the way that like the key is never actually brought together completely. So it's super secure. But that also means that it's portable. So we like call it like universal wallets. Basically, like you can go to one place, sign in, go to another place, sign in, and all your assets, all of your NFTs, like anything that you have in your wallet ends up coming with you. So we actually see a lot of interest from ecosystems for this reason as well. So we have like ecosystems like Camp Network and Vana are using Para as their ecosystem wallet. So when you have like a Camp wallet or Vana wallet, you have users that basically like a new app comes to the ecosystem, they launch. You already have users that have funded wallets. An email click to log in, they don't even have to like open another app. And they're coming with assets already. So it's pretty cool that way. And that wallet can come with you outside the ecosystem as well. So.
What blockchains is Para like supporting right now?
So EVM, Solana, and Cosmos at the moment.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin in the roadmap.
Bitcoin on the roadmap, yeah.
So we have, and that also means that Stacks could very well be in the roadmap down the line too, partly because one thing that we're working on in Stacks right now, a proposal in the Stacks ecosystem is you can use Bitcoin addresses as Stacks addresses, because every Bitcoin address can actually just derive a Stacks address out of it. So they're working on an update that allows sending Stacks tokens just using the Bitcoin address. So that might even be, not that it's that hard to integrate with Clarity anyway. There's a lot of big brains over here. I'm sure we'll be happy to help, sort that out. But we may not even need to be able to start integrating into Stacks apps once that improvement proposal passes.
That's really cool. Yeah. I think like the composability and like cross-chain, cross-network, etc. ethos is really kind of growing. I think that's, like we were saying earlier, when we're trying to onboard people from outside of like, this deep, we're on a call this morning about these topics. Like clearly we are very interested in them. But if I have my friend who thinks that I work on Bitcoin and I want to get her to try out an app, I want her to be able to just click sign in with email and not have to realize like which chain it's on and switch chain.
Right. Right. That's the only way retail adoption happens. People need to not know they're using crypto, period. Almost.
Exactly.
They don't need to, they're just using the app for whatever value add the app gives them in their life, and they don't have to think about it. That's the frictionless way. That's how you onboard your mom. That's what we're working on here. Which we did have a Clarity is the main language on Stacks, and we did actually have an update to the Clarity language that allows developers to build with WebAuthn and passkey technology directly in like the Clarity smart contracts. But that's not necessarily, if you have a provider that's already providing the infrastructure for you, it makes it easier. Then that's and it's a safe and useful solution that saves the developers a lot of headache trying to adapt it that way.
Yeah. I think passkeys are really interesting. I mean, obviously, like there's also like the recent Fusaka fork on Ethereum, so I guess parallel to that with the passkeys addition there. We've been kind of talking about this idea of progressive onboarding. So we recently added one-click login to the features that we have, and we're putting that as kind of like the standard when you're building with Para. That's the standard login now, so it's basically just like click, log in with your email, you get in. We used to have like passkeys as you have to have passkeys basically. What you find is that not all, like if you're going to a country where people have not very modern phones, you know, not everyone has passkey access at the moment. we're moving towards that, but
everyone has email.
Everyone has email, yeah. So what we have as options now is one-click login. You can turn on password, like add a password. You can turn on add a PIN. You can turn on add a passkey. And the way that we're looking at this is like, we have something called guest mode where you can actually explore an application without even signing in at all or creating an account. So it like provisions a wallet in the background. It's like pre-generates a wallet for this user. So just say like, I'm like, what the hell is this thing? Blockchain, I don't know, or I don't know, some game. I just want to know what it does. I'm clicking on stuff, right? And then I got to a point where I actually fund my wallet. And I was like, okay, sign in with your email. You know, that's easy. Then I got really into it. I spend, you know, I'm like really generating some money, or maybe I want to like onboard some on-ramp some funds, or maybe I want to like take some money out of it, whatever. At that point, we allow the builders to say, okay, like, this is a good time for you to add a passkey to your account, secure it a little bit more. You have a lot of funds in there, you know? But it's not kind of immediately like, hey, let's go download this application. It's called MetaMask. You have to write down 12 words. Don't show anyone those words, but put them somewhere that you will not lose them.
But don't put them on your computer. Don't take a picture of them. You have to write them down, like the old-fashioned way. People get a hand cramp, especially if you do 24 words. Yeah, it's a problem that needs to be solved, and there definitely are a number of solutions in the marketplace, but you guys definitely seem to be well on your way to meaningfully provide options in the marketplace for this. Very, very cool stuff. And so, like, one of our friends in the ecosystem, he goes by Crypto Dude, and he's built a handful of very cool projects. There's one called BoostX that you can send and receive stacks using BNS names, which is a stacks, .btc names. If you have it in your X handle, you can actually like send people stacks through X. Really cool stuff. Cool. Another thing, him and GP are working on a project called Cryptonauts, where they have integrated the Stacks wallet with Unreal Engine. They're building a game that is connected to the Stacks ecosystem, so you can basically engage with token gating in levels or on-chain assets and stuff like that. And so they're going to have a product that will appeal to the non-native crypto crowd. And we need to figure out ways to be able to make it easier for these people to onboard, not have to go to get your Leather wallet or your Xverse wallet and download it, write down the seed phrase. Like that's too complicated for a project like that to grow.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of, it's also not a lot of risk. It's not a high deposit platform when you're newly getting started, so there's not a lot of risk there without the passkey and all of that stuff when they first onboard. So we've talked about this a lot as far as like when you're going to onboard, you don't need as much risk mitigation as to when you're going to start really engaging in larger fund transactions, and that's the point where you really want to push those security measures and make sure that they're, when they are self-custodying, that they know how to do it safely.
Yeah, exactly. So,
but we got to get them in before we can educate them.
Exactly.
That's the key.
Yeah, it's a balance. It's really like you need to figure out how to, I don't know, not scare people off. I mean, I know myself, like if something is asking me like 4 questions when I sign up, I'm gonna go back to that. Just like,
to be honest with you, none of us has the time. We're all inundated with an endless stream of information, more tasks to complete all the time. So I don't have the time. Like there have definitely been times where people have asked me to try out projects, And like I'm not a big Solana user, so I would have to go like my Solana wallet's on my phone, but I can't really test that stuff on my phone. I got to go on my machine, so I have to download an app and install it, and then like 2 minutes into that process, I already got a message that's taking me away from it, and I'm never getting back to it. It's too long.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think we connect with a lot of KYC providers. We don't do KYC. That's like, you can add it in really easily with Para. But for me, I think the next frontier is also like KYC that works in a similar way where you have to KYC once in your life, and then
Oh, and it stays with your wallet. That would be just too easy, right?
Ideally, yeah. That's like the dream. I think that's
Well, the dream would be that they stop.
Yes.
That they stop forcing.
Yes.
That they stop treating us all like we're criminals until we prove otherwise. But
what do you need to know about me so bad?
Well, that's not the debate here, but we will we have feelings about that on this show. We do not care for. I mean, you do what you got to do, right? I'm KYC'd on a bunch of stuff because you have to.
Yeah.
But the ethic behind it kind of puts the government in a position that it's not supposed to be with the way we wrote the Constitution a couple hundred years ago in the U.S. It doesn't quite jive because it holds people guilty until proven innocent. It's just it's the backwards way of doing it, and it also creates a barrier to entry for it establishes traditional financial institutions as being more in control because they're able to absorb the cost of doing that, and so it makes it harder. But if you're going to engage, you got to engage along the rules that are set for us, and so we have to follow them. So if you can do that more easily, by all means, we should explore that.
How do you guys feel about like ZK, like KYC stuff?
I just think it's ZK.
Yeah, it's like revealing
scale?
that you are a human, you exist in this place, but it doesn't say anything to anyone about you yourself.
Well, it's better than if it's in a centralized database for it to be exploited somewhere, right? At least it's a little bit more consumer protective. But I don't know if it actually preserves the. I still don't understand why I have to KYC to spend my money. Like I have to prove that it's not that I didn't do anything wrong to have it to begin with. I don't like it. I don't like that part.
Freedom to transact.
Right. The whole purpose of a decentralized exchange network is so that nobody can be cut off. KYC is a method to try to cut people off. So it's anathema to the ethos that we also adhere to the Bitcoin ethos. Decentralized, distributed, trustless, permissionless, all of that, and just borderless, censorship resistance, and that's KYC is opposite of censorship resistance, in my opinion. But I also think that we need to keep society safe. I'm not a maxi on any position. I just think that we've gone a little bit too far in the surveillance state side of things. So anyway, I didn't mean to. That's not the tangent we wanted to go on here.
No, I think it's interesting. I mean, like, do you think that like the so you guys are like, I would say you sound like you're a bit more on like the builder side, like you have a lot of interest in the infrastructure on things that are happening with Bitcoin, right?
Yes.
But then you do find like a lot of people coming from like a very traditional financial background coming into the Bitcoin space. Like that's like their first
now
into crypto. So you feel like there's like kind of like a dichotomy there between the two?
Yes, I do. I think that there's actually like, for instance, Stripe. So there's a hardware product that came out of our community called Rider Wallet. It's it's like a hardware device and you just tap it on your phone and it signs your wallet. It's really cool. They're a hardware provider, and Stripe just took away their ability. They were approved for payments on Stripe. Stripe just canceled their ability to engage in payments. Well, why would Stripe do that? Well, they're saying it has to. They basically they're treating non-custodial service providers as being a risk for transacting, which is in Stripe and their partners' interests, because they are TradFi. They want to control the flow of money. They want it all to go through them, and so they don't want to empower self-custody, non-custodial solutions to let people transact. That's my opinion is that they're probably lobbying specifically to allow them to limit more so that way. So I think that there's absolutely a concerted effort by the established players to control. I mean, that's what they're going to do, right? If they can control it, they will control it, and so any way that they can, they will.
Yeah. I guess with the Genius Act too, there's a little bit more establishment in what you can and can't do, right? So.
Right, and we need it. It's complex. It's not just a dichotomy, because there's merit on both sides. And even so it's broader than just say you're either this way or that way. But we really they have a lot more resources with which to establish their preferred thesis. So it's important that we balance it out.
Yeah. Find a middle ground.
Exactly. Make sure we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The whole purpose, we don't just want banking 2.0 with blockchains.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have been writing about that on Twitter lately. I've seen a lot of think pieces in the last couple of weeks even. As we kind of move towards a lot of larger players getting involved in this space, I think we have to figure out how the existing products, companies, just interested people work into that.
Yeah, exactly. Just how do we protect the rights of the individual to just transact without any kind of imposition on that process unnecessarily, and it's not easy, but projects like what you guys are doing are actually helping us, with the rails to be able to figure it out. How do we do it? So I love that. Really, really interesting stuff you guys got going on over there.
Thank you.
Now, you guys, is it the one click login? That's something you guys just rolled out, I think, right?
Yes, I was like hoping to demo it, and I realized that the vast majority of our projects that are using it right now are on mobile. Because mobile is like you really want to get them through, right?
Yeah, that's where your growth is going to happen.
Exactly. But yeah, if you did use the DevConnect, I think you said that there was like Wi-Fi issues there, but the DevConnect app was there. That was really interesting because it was like at scale. Like we had like, I don't know how many people were at that conference, like 15,000 or something. Like
it was a lot.
For that.
It was very busy.
And a lot of people, like, they just signed in, got their ticket, and then kind of opened it later. And a few people, a number of people I went up to, I was like, oh yeah, because you have a wallet. And they're like, oh, I have a wallet? Oh, sick. Like, I have a wallet. Like, I just put my email in, and oh yeah, and you can get money from Peanut, whatever, like that sort of thing. So that was pretty cool, to be able to have like that one-click sort of sign-on. We've also rolled out a number of other features, which I think are, I recently, today we posted a blog, which should be going live in 1 minute, I believe. Just kind of announcing a bunch of new features. Like we have like send functionality now. You can link your accounts. I think this is really cool, actually, the account linking thing, because you can link, say, like your Twitter, or like your other wallet, like your MetaMask, maybe, all these things to your account, and this sort of builds more of like an identity. But it's like you decide what your identity, or you could just sign in with your email. You have this like wallet.
So I can connect so I have a. So is it considered a para wallet?
Yeah, I mean, it acts like a typical wallet, and we have like a lot of AI providers as well, so it's my account. But for like intents and purposes of discussion, it makes it a lot easier if I say para wallet. You can export your private key if that's something that you want to do as well. So It
Oh,
is
so you
non-custodial.
can actually restore the wallet, and you can restore your wallets in another wallet app.
Yeah. So like a really big thing for us is that we're non-custodial. Like it's always the users. We have no control over the wallet. The application that has integrated Para has no control over the wallet. So
Right, and that's the big unlock here for app providers, because otherwise, to make it easy, you would actually have to you'd basically be custodying the wallets, and that's not good.
no.
That's too much risk for the providers,
Yeah.
and it's not really best for the consumer either.
Yeah.
So the solution here is just making it easier for the consumers to have a wallet, to use a wallet, but it's still self-custodial.
Yeah, and I think that it actually really helps like in kind of unexpected ways as well. Like we have like a project building with Para called Decal, and they're working on like payments with Solana. So it can like payments at a terminal at a cafe, and they're thinking about adding point systems, right? You can see that point system throughout, say, like all 4 locations of this local cafe. But then what if that point system also translates to, say, the bar down the street, or like I don't know, like the local grocer? Um, the fact that it's not like we have this universal wallets actually allows more of like a network effect and more of it gives the ability for the provider to offer like
Right. It makes it easier to work within one standardization
exactly.
on a number of different ways of whatever, however you're going to interact. For this use case, we have this, and we know how to integrate it with your current POS system.
Yeah, and then I'm like coming with my points from the grocery store. They're with me here, like what if we have like small business points, like that. It doesn't make it more complicated.
Right. You could actually onboard small businesses into a small business network to
Yeah.
share points.
Exactly. Yeah, and just kind of getting like this whole like, yeah, it's ecosystems and networks that develop when you let the user have self custody of their wallet. Like, it doesn't lock them into one product, basically.
Very cool. So we actually have a segment we do, and I don't think I explained this to you, and I apologize. We normally go at 9:30, so we've actually had a little bit of a hot and cold with this. We haven't been running. We used to do it every single day, but in the wings we have our friend Zenatron, who we call the Game Master. We do a regular daily game show where we have people come on. It's sponsored by a bunch of the meme coins on Stacks, and Zenatron comes on. We launch it through. He has a project. He's the founder of a project called Skullcoin. It's an on-chain treasure hunt game. We play a live version where he drops a starting location in Google Maps and an image that you're going to find in Google Street View. We have a few rounds we do. People come in and play. They have to. It's played on our X account. Would love to have you stay and join us, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it. Yeah, that sounds fun.
Awesome.
I'm
going to take a quick commercial break, play a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, and we'll be back with the Game Master for Find to Earn rounds momentarily. And Lily's going to stay and play. Lily, do me a favor. Do you see the whoops, I just turned off the wrong one here. Do you see the private chat in the bottom?
Just check. Private chat. Oh yeah, I see it. Bottom left.
Put your X handle there, and we'll have Zenatron add you. We do a whitelist round where it's only for new players. So we'll have you on the whitelist, so you might be able to win some Stacks tokens today. All right, we'll be back, guys. Stay tuned.
Yo,
what's up, homie? How you doing today, man?
Good morning, peace. Happy Wednesday, man. Happy hump day. Get over the hump.
Whoop, whoop.
Let's go, man. Feeling good. Feeling blessed. Bitcoin got a bit of a pump yesterday. It was looking good, up to 94K or so. And Stacks also getting some moves off the bottom. Looking like we're starting to make somewhat of a curve bottom. Maybe we're setting a low here. Let's go, man. Feeling blessed.
I think that I can't. I mean, I don't want to say it. I don't want to jinx it, but I would be shocked if we retested that low. I'll say that.
Yeah. So 1010 really was a massive liquidation event. Like $20 billion in liquidations or something like that. I'm imagining that everything that was down there is has already been touched and swooped up. So cross my fingers, man. Cross my fingers. That's all we can do, right?
Yeah, well, and they shut down all the exchanges at the time too. So only people in the know could actually take advantage. It was a mess, but I don't see it going down there naturally. I mean, you never know what they're gonna do, funny stuff wise, though. So it can always be. It could always go differently. Yeah, it could always go. It could always go curveball on us. But I think we're pretty solid where we are right now. 300 in the house. What's up, Hunter?
Good morning, Bertie.
Always good. Always good. Yeah, it's good to be here. And
Recording. And yeah, if you're my only audience, then I'll just go through a presentation and a quick demo, and that's pretty much it. Why is this white? I don't know. Do you see this white? It's very strange. Reader. Okay. It's white. It wasn't white before. It's very strange. Yeah, well, I'll just do it this way. Okay. Hey, Bullypig, welcome. I'm going to start like in. Let's wait one more minute, and then I'll just go for it. Again, it's going to be really quick, and I'm going to start with a demo actually. Over here, and then I'll do a quick presentation and open it for questions and answers. It's recorded, so be aware of this. Yeah. All right. Yeah, just 1 minute, guys. All right.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, welcome. Yes. So let me. I'm going to start now because time is of the essence, since it's only like 23 minutes left. So, I see DeOrganized actually in the room. Is it you, Apislav? Welcome. We were waiting for you.
What's up? What's up? Sorry, guys. I'm actually I'm joining mobile while I'm running a couple of errands with the missus. So but I'm sorry I'm late. I was having trouble
I
bringing it
appreciate
up.
that.
I couldn't figure out how to do this on my mobile while I was driving. So please continue. Sorry for
All
the
right,
late.
I'm just going to start now. So I'm going to do like 10 minutes of a demo and a quick press, and then stop for questions. Right,
Perfect.
welcome everyone. Thank you for Runes Capsule webinar number 3. I'm just going to start directly with a demo, and I see Mark has just joined. So if you go to factfund./portfolio, you'll see that you have you will see your assets, essentially SIM10 tokens on the left, and then your wallet over here on the right. One thing that users will see, so this is a demo. So users will have a capsule, which is a multisig, where they have their own signature. This capsule will be created automatically under the hood, but this is just to show you how it works. Essentially, currently we're in pilot, so this is a 2f2 multisig where you as the user need to sign and welcome Trip and Monkey to the webinar. I'm doing a demo. So you as a signer, you will be requested to sign, and here it is actually Cloudy is going to essentially map your Stacks address with your multisig address. And so again, this is going to be done under the hood by Xverse. All right, so Vault created successfully. All of this is not going to be shown to the user, of course. It's just for us right here. And what it does is it creates this address, which is a multisig. In this case, in the case of the pilot, it's just a 2f2 where you have the signature and the operator. But of course, we will have a set of decentralized signers plus you as the mandatory signature. So that's the most important part, right? When you want to withdraw, you want to be really, really safe that nobody can move your runes unless you say, okay, you agree that this can happen, and therefore you will have a say on where is your runes going, and obviously you want your runes to go back to your wallet. There you go. So it happens to be that in this wallet I don't have any runes, but it will detect automatically, and then you'll be able to choose these runes, etc. Let me continue the demo with essentially another wallet. If I do have another wallet somewhere, let's see, for example, this one. So again, as you can see, I already have in my runes capsule deposited some tokens. So again, you can see here the wallet, and this is pretty straightforward. Essentially, you choose the asset that you have in your wallet, right? The amount that you want to deposit. Say I don't know, silly amount. Then you create a Bitcoin transaction. You send your runes token from your wallet to the runes capsule where you have a say, obviously, on withdrawal. And this works currently with both Leather and Xverse. Xverse is a little more intelligent, as it will show you here that, okay, yeah, you're sending this much runes tokens, which is not the case for Leather, but you can see in the inputs and outputs, you can see, and you can deduce from the row transaction in the operator, there's going to be some data right here that is describing this runes deposit. So now if you wait, here's the Bitcoin transaction that went through. You can verify this over here somewhere. And when that Bitcoin transaction goes through, anchors, it's essentially moving these runes from your wallet to your capsule wallet. So that was the demo. And the really good news is that Clarity is able to then read the entire Bitcoin transaction that you just did and deduce, this is this asset, mum tokens. This is this much token. And also to link your runes capsule address to your Stacks address and to mint these tokens on layer 2 Stacks, where obviously you've got all the benefits from the layer 2. So that was the demo. I think 3 minutes. Let's go through this presentation. I think, Mark, you've already gone through this presentation. Obviously here, we all know each other, but essentially what I'm building is a bridge that puts sovereignty at its core. And it's aligned with my mission to essentially get rid of the middleman, and that is the equation, right? The human in the equation is usually the vulnerability and where people can exploit things. And here are a couple of examples. The ETH Pepe, for example, you've got someone who had minted for $26 worth of ETH Pepe back when it was just very, very early. And when that bag became $60 million, the admins, who is this human element in the equation, just froze, their asset just because, right? They banned the person. And with Bitcoin Pepe, it's no longer the case. We've worked to remove that human element, and nobody can ever freeze your asset in the future. Another sort of human element is, we'd say, yeah, it's an attack, but these humans have bots. So snipers, typically like pump and fund. What happens is there's this recurring business model where snipers will snipe the majority of the supply, and then you guys are all familiar with this. They will pump it and then trap people and essentially scam them and take all their money. And the annoying thing is, like, even a 10-year-old can do this. So yeah, I built this thing to sort of remove that business model where when you launch a token, a meme token on Fact Fund, it's initially backed by a community signal where the pre-launch hodlers are vested for 4 weeks. So it's completely impossible to, at least for the 4 first weeks, to do such a scheme, which kind of removes that business model. So why runes right now? That's what do we want to sort of remove? The problem with runes is, well, this is the main problem with runes is, like, bridges have or bridging runes to stacks is that bridges have a really bad reputation. As soon as a bridge or a federation, like a multisig, is compromised, it gives access to the hacker not only to all the assets on the L1 that they can steal, but on top of it, they can mint an infinite amount of asset on the L2 and then proceed to dump the tokens onto the AMM and steal the paired assets. Today, if you talk to sort of runes users and you mention bridge, they will immediately roll their eyes. This is definitely not something they want. They are aware of the risk of having such a trade-off. And what we're seeing today is, like, unfortunately, stacks, even though it has lots of benefits versus something like trading on L1. A year ago, Alex had 400K TVL of L1 assets. Today, it no longer supports it. And Bitflow has 165K in TVL in runes alone. So it's not frankly, it's not a success. And the benefits, although the benefits are evolving, like on L2, we're seeing things like concentrated liquidity, which enables a much better trading experience versus what we had before Uniswap v2. These users still say that sovereignty for the bridge is a 7 out of 10. Right, so that was pretty much my my presentation. Here, in perhaps 1 more minute, I can go a bit more in details about what we are building with Runes Capsule. You've seen the demo of sending your runes from L1 to L2. So the idea is to build like an upgrade for the bridge, right? Something that can sustain the test of time and last, as long as Bitcoin. And you've seen that demo. In this demo, what we can say is that nothing is ambiguous. Everything is, we're using Clarity as the oracle. Clarity is able to read that transaction that you're sending to your own capsule, is able to also map you, the user, from your Bitcoin capsule to your Stacks address. So that that link is also governed by code itself, making the whole process it's kind of a big deal to not have to trust a federation for when I'm sending this much legit L1 tokens, and the exact amount on L2 is going to be minted to you. The privilege of the minting is not to the operator, it's to Clarity itself. So you've seen how this works. Clarity is able to parse this op return, which governs, the runes ID, the runes amount, and also the output, which is going to govern who is receiving the amount of runes. Sort of the less of a good news is on the way back to Bitcoin, where you do have to, in the case of Runes Capsule, trust a set of signers, but you do have a say in terms of, and no one can essentially take your runes out without your say. I'm going to pause here because it's been like 10 minutes and 30 seconds and open it to questions.
Can you hear me?
Now
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm driving and I'm new to this method. But so I think there's an obvious, you've solved the problem of trust in the bridge.
Yep.
However, I think part of what you need to communicate to prospective runes communities is what they can do with their runes on stacks that they can't do on the L1. And I think that's part of what needs to be brought into the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah. So perhaps I have a landing page here. And essentially, what you can do on L2 is you've got fast, cheap trade execution. With Nakamoto stacks is, as you guys know, 5 seconds and even sometimes less. It's really game changer when you have to just wait 10 minutes to see your Bitcoin arrive. And even in terms of like price action, like there are some solutions on L1 which are sort of gated and will show you your transaction before it anchors on Bitcoin. But in terms of price action, Saks is going to perform much faster. The settlement is 5 seconds, not just off-chain confirmation that your transaction is first. That is game changer. I've seen the Chinese community coming to FactFun on day launch, and the trading was incredible. The charts was moving really fast. The other thing is, I sort of touch on it, is concentrated liquidity. Companies like world-class companies and VC-backed companies are launching this new product, which is a huge improvement versus Uniswap V2, where the slippage was sort of more. So for assets that become valuable, this is a much better user experience as well. For nascent asset, it's fine to have a Uniswap V2 because things will swing in value. But once you have something like 100 million plus in market cap, like Dog, you do want to be more precise in terms of how much do I want to get back from my tokens. So definitely think that this is going to be very popular with more valuable assets, more valuable runes asset. When I say deposit machine peg, this is what I explained, which I think is a big deal, that when you deposit your runes onto stacks, you don't trust a federation for dictating how much stacks L2 tokens you're going to get, because this is actually Clarity itself, which is able to read and parse the entire Bitcoin transaction from your wallet to your runes capsule, and then deduce, okay, yes, this was this much amount, this is this runes ID, and therefore it should go also to your exact stacks address, because that's also governed by code. There's no Oracle intervention in that entire process, making it the most, would say, clean and clear way to deposit into L2, like trustless. You trust stacks to some extent, but yeah, governed by code. And then perhaps like theft resistance, right? When I touch on it, but I can develop a little bit more. But this is when you withdraw, like when you burn your L2 runes and you want to now store it back onto Bitcoin L1, it's going to, like, a set of decentralized signers are going to verify that you've burnt your asset, but they cannot move it without your final say, your final signature, that you're going to confirm, yes, this is me, and I'm removing my assets back to L1. So these are such benefits that you get versus on L1, like the trading sometimes it's per lot, so you have to split your UTXO, or sometimes it's gated. Like it's not composable. You're gating into an environment. You cannot move it elsewhere. These are some of the reasons you might, want to go ahead with stacks and with capsule.
So specific to runes in general right now, what do you think is their biggest pain point? To me, it seems like lack of liquidity. There's too many projects and not enough liquidity. Does the ability to bring it onto stacks help solve that?
I think it's you're talking about liquidity, definitely, but I think it's a question of product user case fit. So I see L1 more like a place for storing the value, right? If anything happens to stacks, you're able to go back to L1. That makes you safe. And we know that Bitcoin is the most secured, most censorship resistant. So for things that are very valuable, you having that escape route to Bitcoin makes your asset keep its value. So that use case is definitely there, but the trading is slow, so in a sense, I think it's more catered for large runes holders, like broker dealers, like entities that manage a large amount of these assets. And then we see that some chains have had like success, like catering to more like degen meme coin activity, like Solana or ICP. And that's because these users are looking for like really fast trading. But as you can see on Solana, the name of the game is attention. And so the asset that the use case is a use case that is very temporary, right? It's like as soon as the attention dies, your meme coin also dies. And as we've seen, there's this business model that is quite annoying, that is very extractive, that removes the ability for communities to build some value that is more sustainable. So I think it's a question of use case, and the answer is to meet the users where they are, give them what they want, but in layers, in my opinion. Like you can have, in a sense, in a way, you can have the best of both worlds, where if you have an asset that becomes really big in value, now you understand that going back to Bitcoin is something that you will value, not only for that censorship resistant, etc., but also runes are more interoperable than SIP10 tokens. It's very difficult it's more difficult, I would say, currently to list a SIP10 token elsewhere than a runes asset. We are seeing runes being listed on Solana, like Dog is listed on Solana or on centralized exchanges. So that would be my answer to your question. A great question. I'm a little rambling here, but yeah. Do you guys want us to go more into details about the risks on the flip side of like, withdrawing your runes back to L1? I'm curious, like, what are your questions?
From a perspective of a rune community, like let's say I'm a large rune community or a mid-level, like not one of the top 5, but have some popularity, have had some decent price action. Things might be a little bit down right now. What do we think is actually the draw there, though? Like, what are they? Because so my questions as a founder, as a runes project founder, would be: so I'm going to bridge my runes in there. I can trade. I can get better liquidity. But do I have to provide the liquidity? How is the liquidity getting there? And so those are the questions that I perceive coming up in a conversation with a founder. And so how do we address that?
That's an excellent question, Peace Love, and thanks for asking. The mission for Fact Fund Launchpad is to bootstrap the liquidity through a pre-launch mechanism, as we see that the goal is to provide that community signal to sort of filter out the noise, versus what we see on Solana, which is it can be anything, and there's one sniper who owns everything, and then at some point they're just dumping. Here, like the pre-launch community holders, they are vesting over 4 weeks. They get a share of the fees from the bonding curve. It filters out the ones that cannot pass that bar. In terms of ever since we've launched the product, only two projects have been able to pass that bar and are still, relatively to other projects, are still maintaining their TVL. B-Blocks and Fact Fund, which was launched when the Chinese community came. So the answer is like helping community builders to bootstrap the liquidity, filtering out the noise, removing the sniper risk. And then once you graduate from the bonding curve, you can access things like Uniswap V2. So very easy trading, doesn't need to be traded per lot. It's not gated. You can bridge back to runes when it becomes valuable, when your token becomes valuable, and then you can list elsewhere, because the name of the game is going to be expansion. Runes are going to be this prestigious asset that centralized exchanges are going to support because of the market cap that they represent. Okay, I'm in a call right now. Can you please leave me? Oh, sorry about that. So one other thing I would say before I let you follow up on your excellent question is there's also a way, if you already have a runes community on runes, to sort of like, if you have the liquidity yourself, you can provision, the SBTC, which is, in my opinion, world class, like the best Bitcoin. It's not self-wrapped, but it has like the best trade-offs ever. So props to the Stacks and core engineers who have built it. It's live today. There's 500 millions in TVL of SBTC. And this is just a drop in the bucket, in my opinion. It's going to explode as people become aware of and understanding of what they can do with their Bitcoin. But it's a whole different story. Point is, if you have the liquidity yourself, you can bridge your Bitcoin to Stacks via the SBTC bridge as well. So you would be bridging your Runes tokens plus your your Bitcoin, and then provision that into something like concentrated liquidity if you wanted to, or Uniswap V2 AMM. By the way, this is if you are interested in this, I actually built the most convenient way to bridge your Bitcoin, where here, for example, it says I have $39 in Bitcoin, and say I want to bridge $10 worth of Bitcoin. It's going to literally take one Bitcoin block and send me the SBTC on the other side. If I do a demo here. And again, this is the up return. In this case, it's encoding your Stacks address. And so there's going to be no ambiguity where the SBTC is going to be sent to me. There's in this case, there's a fee for conveniency, because the SBTC is locked on the Stacks side. You can choose, which priority fee you want to go ahead with. And yeah, and I will receive. So my transaction has been broadcasted here. As soon as it anchors, that is pretty revolutionary. I'm going to get my SBTC in my wallet, and I'm ready to trade. Any token that I want. We've got communities on Stacks that are pretty cool as well. I'm sort of diverging and rambling here. Please help me.
Well, no, and honestly, this is all very important, but I want to step back for a second because I didn't realize that the seeding mechanism or the pre-launch mechanism applied here. So I can you, and I know we're kind of at the end of the allotted time, I think, but just wanted, so I don't want to go too far, but can you kind of go through what that process looks like so I understand? I'm rune holder. I'm large rune holder. I want to initiate putting my project on there.
Yep.
What
do
I bring
exactly.
it. Do I set the rules? What do they have to put up for the seats? Is it Bitcoin that they're putting in? Go ahead. I'll stop.
No, absolutely. So there are various cases, but if you have no token and you have a community, you can go to generate, fact fund generate, and we'll etch the runes with you. And what it does is you choose your ticker, you choose your name, description, the logo. If you want a GIF instead, you can do that. You choose where the bonding curve is going to graduate to. Velar is a good option with a good presence, and it's VC backed. You can choose factory fund. These are Uniswap V2 at the moment, and we're looking into upgrading this with concentrated liquidity. On the pre-launch, again, this way of validating that you do have a community, you can choose either 20 different wallets are going to have to pre-buy your tokens and then vest for 4 weeks, or there's also this option which never succeeded. The cool thing with the pre-launch is, like, if for some reason your users don't like you anymore and you don't graduate from there, they can get a full refund. That's one option. You can just create a SIP10 token that is going to be backed by Runes capsule. If you already have a Runes and a community, then you perhaps want to skip all of that and go directly to concentrated liquidity. And we are only inviting communities on invites, right? Then you DM us, and we will set up a pool for you, and then you'll be able to provide liquidity. These things work. You provide an amount of tokens. It's very, very simple to do. For example, here, if I want 11 LP tokens, I'm going to have to provide, $7,000 worth of my runes token on Stacks. I call it the square runes, and obviously the same amount of Bitcoin token on the other side. The advantage of having a pool that is Bitcoin backed is, like, instead of having a pool that is backed by Solana, if Solana dumps, and we know that Solana is much more volatile than Bitcoin, then the market cap of your token is also going to dump. That's one. And then second, when you want to take profits in Bitcoin, then that's it. You already have it right away. And of course, you can also buy a token through a multi-hop, through something like STX, which is a pretty cool asset, which is a Bitcoin yielding asset when you stake it. And finally, we also have a third option. If you actually don't have any you only want to provide the runes side of the pool, what you create is a single-sided liquidity pool for a target segment of diamond hands within your community. So the way this works is that your community is going to provide the Bitcoin side of the pool, whereas you provide the runes, the token side of it. And there's a contract that is going to match these two things together. And the idea is to reward these diamond hands if they agree to provide only the Bitcoin side. you provide the entire token side. If they agree to be locked for a certain period, and automatically at the end, when they are allowed to withdraw, then they'll get a bonus versus owning, only 50% of the stake in the pool. Does it make sense? So we've got several options, and if you're interested, if you own both the Bitcoin and the token side, you can do it. If you own only the community, but you don't have a token yet, you can do it. And if you own sort of only the Rune side and you want your community to chip in on the Bitcoin side, you can also do it.
Got it. No, that's very interesting. Very interesting. It makes a lot more sense now looking at it from that perspective, and I didn't have that piece until tonight.
Right. We have an FAQ if you have any questions with simple questions answer. I think we're wrapping up at this point. 30 minutes on my watch. Anyone has any questions? I'm interested. Perhaps Trippin' Monkey calling you out, Mark, Rubes. Thank you, and Bolu. Thank you very much for coming and giving me this opportunity to share about Rune's Capsule. If nobody has any questions, are you sure nobody has any questions? I can wrap up if nobody has any question. Otherwise, feel free to interrupt me. But we have this competition where you can vote for your community. We're looking for a community partner, either from the Rune side, which will want to benefit from the L2, so you can very easily vote. And we'll have a leaderboard for this pretty soon. Or for on the stack side, if you want to take advantage of this opportunity as well. And the grant is like whoever is going to receive the most nominations is going to be rewarded with $1,500 in SBTC yield. The pool that will be set up eventually will get that reward for people who stake the token. So I'm excited for this. Yeah, just showing you. Yep. If it's all, then I just want to show that I think whatever. But yeah, no more questions, fellows. All right then. That's been a blast, and thank you for your time. If you have any questions or anything, you can reach out to me, Rafa Stacks on X, and may the most powerful community, the one that wants to take advantage of both sides of the pond, win. Right, I'm going to pause the recording at this point if we don't have any more questions. And yeah, thanks for coming, everyone.
I got a great treat for you. It's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Go Rosen or the Rosen Protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I don't want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand the time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's quite like my early morning, but I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here. But I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and let more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, just it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is now Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting now. I feel like at that time, I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families. They're in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have an idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you're speaking English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. And you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen, and I think this is like a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean the borderless social network things. So I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world. And our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And yeah, and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue
Well,
to talk.
let me actually. So the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate um, lightweight, low, microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer to peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it and utilizing stable coins, which
Yeah.
is obviously less volatile when you're making
Yeah.
payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make no
Right.
sense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is more, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with super chain. So let's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades. Like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. Um, as most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the Stacks layer too. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up Stacks because there is an app on the Stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. they essentially, that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think on our platform, not sure like about that platform how they doing, but I think this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a proofs on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like the coins, stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be, be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. It's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then it's like the same page, like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10, you can just do this withdrawal. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10, so you can do the withdrawal immediately. So this is the process, and we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet, and this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is the some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account, and I noticed and I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. This I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets, because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users. So
Right.
that means, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future, Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. And then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC, and we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian, and if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But yeah, if usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move these kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find, like, if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry, you answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore. Explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel it's quite interesting and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about these tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different posts, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors or hire hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth or maybe participate in a event in Brazil in the upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners, Ant Group to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and you usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to a creator economy or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage at a without large intermediary fees in the equation for low cost, lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for our project, it just like you call our mission. We definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global or when you want to be international. Especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now, I didn't see a really domain or really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token, or like just like you mentioned, seed freeze, or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager at opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is like they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like how can I see them just to reflect on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind like about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like is to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like use this young people, younger generation. They are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is where consider. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas or like maybe two gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things. Actually, one, sponsor the transactions. Two, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they are like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And I that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. there is you have built into your platform an AI powered real time multilingual translation. So it it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
Oh,
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese. And yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. The languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, I mean, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in, right, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Ah, very interesting. And so, for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only, so you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link from direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there. And then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. It's super easy. And I think I also create a land for the organized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah,
All
just
right.
make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely gonna jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. Next week we will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. So I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's Go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like us and Garosan, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to hear that you mentioned the Stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like like Ant Group, where their UN SDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you have your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever. To
Oh,
find
well, that
us.
makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're
Yeah.
organizing right inside the app. That's where your
Yeah,
ambassadors.
the best way is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google map, so you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's very easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the homepage, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those face these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really, really would love to promote that once because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are right digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a event, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like expense, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on-ramp off-ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think the most headache things is like how to do the on-ramp off-ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually, like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop. It's really hard. So I really usually help them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do it this one time, they can teach their not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know, if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So would we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. I really appreciate, he linked us together and he was like a really good person. And, I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to, facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X-ray. And that happened with us. Like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app. And then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can reach out anytime. Yeah, and I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3 to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it, and then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Just keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and
Yeah.
happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. Y'all have a great day. Peace out.
Keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and fill.
Yeah, I think you can pause it every screen. I think it'll make a little. If you can make this full screen, that'll be awesome. Peace. If you can click the. Yeah, there we go. I think the main difference with bins, you can start with that, is you're gonna have three types of bins, right? You're gonna have a bin with token X, a bin with token Y. In an AMM, it's the same thing, A and B. You have two tokens. The active bin, which is where the price is happening, is where you have both tokens. This is where the swap is happening, right? So the difference between an AMM and this is that liquidity is now distributed across bins with the fixed width, spacing between them, and a price, right? So token X and token Y are swapped at a fixed price in the active bin. So like I said, if the active bin is stacks at 27 cents, that is the exchange rate that you're getting, right? So as long as there's enough liquidity within one bin, you're getting zero slippage, because the liquidity provider is basically saying, I am willing to sell stacks at 27 cents, and you said I'm willing to buy it at 27 cents. Done deal, right? So every bin, I like to think of them as micro pools, but every bin represents a single price point. And the difference between these bins is what we call a bin step. So it's just like, does it go from $1.01, $1.02, $1.03? Think of these as individual bins with different prices, right? So just kind of like an order book. So in this example here, let's just say that Bitcoin is at 94K. The bin step, every pool is going to have different bin step, but the bin step is 10 basis points, right? So the difference from one bin to the other is 0.10%. We would have, I think you can press play, we would have this example here of bins, right? So you can see that one side is all Bitcoin, the other side is all USDC. And if you can pause here, you would have a bin at 94,000, then a bin at 94,094. And then you would have another bin with 94,188, then 94,282. So these are different bins that have liquidity set at that price, right? So this allows the liquidity provider to say, I'm willing to buy or sell my token at this price, and I'm willing to provide liquidity at this price. And you, as a trader, you also get the benefit that if there's enough liquidity with that bin, you're paying zero slippage because the price is already set, right? So the AMM is moving through bins as opposed to moving through the whole liquidity everybody added. So if you added 3 million liquidity to the legacy pools right now, everyone's liquidity is in the same curve. In this case, it depends on how much liquidity is in each bin, right? So that gives us more precision as a liquidity provider, but also gives benefit to the trader as well. So, and then the active bin is going to have both. That's the tokens that are getting swapped. Once that swap is complete, then it all becomes Bitcoin or all becomes USDC, depending on, the demand of the market, right? So as the price moves in and out, the bins change and get swapped over for the other asset, right? Exactly. Yeah, and also the slippage will also be lower, right? So it depends how much bins as much, yeah. Depending on how many bins you're getting, that's how many, then the slippage will also change. But the less bins it's using, the lower the slippage as well. So yeah, I think we can do hands-on. Reminder that everything that we're covering here and more is on the BFF Army self-guided, which is the one that Peace here is following. So I think if we show, it's a little bit easier, but every step of how to open a position, how to manage an active position, how to close the position, it's all here. Yeah, you got a lot of positions there, Peace. Mhm. And a reminder that this is in beta, so you will mint test tokens to continue testing this out. If you haven't already, if you're not in beta already, just there's a link which is waitlist.biflo.finance that's being shared here, and then you'll be able to have access to the beta right away and get that early start playing around with beta before HODL comes out live. You would increase the range of your position, increase the liquidity depth of your position, but you would still have, it's still one position, right? Exactly. Just add it to it. Yep. So if you scroll down, you can kind of see your positions, and maybe you want to do 1% there on the corner just to zoom in a little bit more. Yep. And then, yeah, exactly. Perfect. So you can kind of see that you have, if you hover over these bins, you can kind of see what these bins are, right? So on top of the price, you have, in this case, USDC, and it shows you how much liquidity you have in each of those bins. Below the price, you have the other token, token B, which in this case is going to be BTC, right? So you can kind of see that you have a little bit more of USDC than BTC in this pool, either because it got swapped or because you added more USDC. The main thing is that one of the key things is also the flexibility. You're able to add liquidity to both sides, to one side, any amount of liquidity on any side. So that's also very, very beneficial. Just add TBTC, exactly. Yep. Yep. And if you click pool liquidity as well, you can kind of see the whole pool liquidity on that tab. Yep, exactly. So you can kind of see that there is more USDC liquidity in the pool, so than BTC, which is also part of the pool composition, right? This, yes, that is an indication. Think exactly like an order book. You're basically seeing a bunch of orders or a bunch of people adding liquidity at a certain price range that they're willing to swap for BTC, right? So they're willing to, to swap their USDC for BTC at that specific range. If you click on pool stats, I think you can see you should be able to see the pool, the current balance of the pool. Yeah, all the way up top where you see your pool liquidity. Yeah, if you click on pool stats on the first one, so you see that there's 80% USDC in that pool and 19% BTC in the pool, right? So the price is defined by the composition as well and the market demand. That's what moves the price up and down. That big bin that you see in the middle, that's the active bin. That's the white bin. That's the bin that has both tokens. As you can see, when you hover over, you see that there's 112,000 USDC and about 10.10.11 BTC, right? That's where the swap is happening. That's where the activity is happening. Anything above is one token, anything below is one token. As this amount, let's say the 10 TBTC gets swapped, that whole bin becomes green. In this case, it becomes USDC, and then it goes to the next bin, right? And then once that bin gets swapped, it goes to the next bin. It goes up or down depending on which way or which direction of the swap. If you're swapping USDC for BTC or if you're swapping BTC for USDC. So each of those bins are working together, but individually they're providing the liquidity. And if it's a wide range, if you're trying to swap 200, 300,000, it's probably going to get 2 or 3 bins at the same time. Yep, exactly. Yep, I can jump in on managing active liquidities. I think I have a couple that are out of range. If I can share screen, I can jump in and show you. Awesome. All right, let me see here. Let me know when you guys are seeing my screen. All right, cool. So same thing, I have my positions here. If it's green, it means that I'm within range, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. But with a concentrated liquidity, because you're choosing the bins and the price ranges where you're adding liquidity, you may be out of range or within range depending on the price that you're providing, right? So that's where it requires managing, right? Because maybe you added liquidity for stacks at 36 cents, but the price is at 24. So that's where the activity in the swap is happening. So you may be out of range, right? You may not be making any fees at that point. Or maybe that is your strategy. Maybe, your strategy is to wait for the prices to go up and start providing liquidity at a certain range. And then when you see this notice here, for example, with the dog and BTC pool, it says I'm out of range. There's a little yellow sign that basically says my position is out of range. And all this means is that it means that the liquidity that I added, does not match the current price range, right? I have very little liquidity. It's probably outside of this range. And therefore I am not not making any fees at that moment, right? But if I go to, let's say I go to my stacks in USDC pool, you can see my beta tokens here, like Peace. I do not have 69,000 in this pool. You can see the price range, right? So I chose to provide liquidity between 34.29 and 36.37. That is the range of liquidity price that I added. You can see my earnings and then also the 7-day or 1-day or 30 days TVL, which is a way to measure sort of your return on it. You can see the pool stats here. So there's about 37% stacks to 62% USDC. And when you zoom in this position, let's zoom in the position here, pool liquidity, you can kind of see the price moving up and down, right? And that's where you as a liquidity provider, you would say, okay, based on this price, based on how the token is moving, I want to provide a liquidity in these bins or this bin, right? So as you can see, there's just a little bit of stacks in USDC here. When this liquidity is over, swapped for one to the other, it's going to go over to the next bin. And then the next bin is going to have 2 tokens as well, and so forth, right? So how to manage the liquidity. So looking at, this is a good pool, I guess. So you can always add more liquidity on top of your existing liquidity, okay? So let's go to my positions. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, I have a very wide range of liquidity, right? But the price of stacks has been hovering around, what, 35 and 35.7, right? So I have a lot of liquidity here and a lot of liquidity here that either got swapped at a lower price or because you as a user, you added a very wide range, right? So what I could do is I could come in and remove liquidity, right? And I can remove any amount. I can remove 100% of my liquidity, or I could remove 75%, and I could remove full, meaning from the whole pool, or I can do custom the same way. The same way I add liquidity, I have the flexibility to also remove liquidity in a specific range, right? So let me zoom in here a little bit. So as we can see, most of the liquidity, most of the trading activity is happening within this range. So maybe, I can come in and say, you know what, I'm going to remove liquidity from these bins. I can remove 100% from those bins, right? Because there's not a lot of activity happening here. I'm going to get some USDC back, and then I can add it back. So basically, I'm removing 100% of liquidity from bins 34.3 to 35.5, which are these bins right here. So I have that flexibility. I can also remove both. I can remove one side. I can remove any amount. I can remove 50%, 75%. As you can see, 50% is going to cut it right in half. So you can kind of see your bins and your liquidity in a visual way. So because there's not a lot of activity, or maybe because I don't believe Stacks is going to go drop below 35 cents anymore, I can just come in here and say, you know what, I'm going to remove 100% of the liquidity from this price range to this price range. And then I'm going to get my USDC back. Type in my password here. All right, I'm also confirming in my wallet, so you can see transaction pending here. And then I can also remove liquidity from this side, okay? So I can remove liquidity from this side of the pool. And then from that point on, you as the pool LP, only you can remove and add liquidity, okay? And from that point on, I can come in and be like, okay, you know what? I'd like to add more liquidity closer to the range, right? And let's say I'm going to add another 45,000. So you can kind of see my positions there, and I can change the shape as well. So the dark one is the new one, and the orange is the previous position that I had, right? So you can kind of see how it stacks up, right? I'm adding more liquidity to the bin, therefore the bin is becoming deeper. I can look at the pool liquidity and say, you know what? I noticed that there's not a lot of people providing liquidity in this range right here. So I'm going to be even more precise. And I'm also going to add a little bit of USDC, maybe a little bit more. So if I zoom in, you can kind of see like I'm providing liquidity in those 7 bins. I can see my positions. I can see what the active price is. But I can also see that there's not a lot of liquidity in the pool. So that gives me an opportunity to say, you know what? There's a bunch of liquidity here, a bunch of liquidity below, but I'm going to add within this price range. So that's going to be between 35 and 5, 36, 7 bins. You can drag and drop, or you can use the price ranges here. It doesn't matter. Or you can type the price. That's okay as well. It all adds up to the same. And then the distribution volatility strategy is basically how you're distributing liquidity across those bins, right? Is it going to be a spot where it's equal? Every bin receives the same amount. Is it going to be curve where I'm adding more liquidity closer to the price range and less liquidity as I move far out? And then also bid ask, which is the opposite. I'm providing less liquidity closer to the price range and more liquidity as I move out. So if I think that there's going to be a lot of volatility, maybe this is a good example of it. Just going to do a simple spot, as you can see here. Let me do, yeah. So I'm going to do simple spot liquidity, and then I'm adding more liquidity on top of it. So I removed from one side and added to the other, right? So that's how you start managing your liquidity. Transaction confirmed. You can also go to activity here and kind of see, like, I added liquidity. I removed the liquidity, how much I removed. All these transactions are on chain, of course. And then I added an additional liquidity, right? So now that's how you manage your position. And you can do that for various reasons, you know, because maybe once you added single-sided, all your tokens got swapped. So now you're ready to get some USDC back. Or maybe prices moved very fast and you're out of range and you want to bring it within range again. So whatever the strategy may be, right? With tokens let's go USDC to BTC, for example. Let's see how the liquidity is. So let's see pool liquidity. So you can kind of see this. It's very clear that there's a concentration. There's a lot of USDC just around this area, right? And you can see the price ranges as well. Let's go to USDC. Okay, so you can see how there's where liquidity kind of stands, which also gives, like you said, Peace, it gives like where's the market sentiment is, right? Is the market willing to provide more liquidity here, and so forth? So right off the bat, I see that there's a lot of liquidity USDC for Bitcoin under, what is that, between 92.5 and 93. There's a lot of liquidity there, and not enough below. But then also there's a little bit of Bitcoin here on this side, right? So not a lot of Bitcoin either. So that means that it's very thin type of liquidity, and it's going to go to the next bin as soon as it gets swapped. So when I look at my positions, I have a pretty much balanced spot, right? I have basically 7,000 USDC on one side and almost 7,000 TBTC, if you want to say so, on both sides. So I'm within range, right? But I could always remove it. I could always say, you know what? I want to remove it 50% from a specific range. And I could do that. And I could remove it, from both sides. Or I could just go in and remove just Bitcoin, or I can remove just USDC in this case as well. So you can see here how it changes, Now I'm getting my TBTC back, or I'm getting both back. So that's the flexibility. And you can add and remove liquidity at any given moment. Of course, you can always close your liquidity 100%, remove it full, and you get both of your tokens back, right? So there's a couple strategies with that, which I'll cover quickly. But let's say you only have stacks, right? And you want to add single-sided liquidity. What you could do is you can say, I'm willing to sell my stacks, but only between 38 and 40 cents, right? So let's just say here, so I'm willing to sell it for that range, right? So if we zoom out, we can kind of see what the price is, right? The full liquidity is. But I'm saying, like, I'm willing to sell it just when it hits this amount, right? Between 36 cents and 37 cents, right? Or the other way around, I'm willing to buy it, right? Let's say I'm willing to buy between, 34 and 33. So that's also a way to do single-sided liquidity, but you're also doing a limit order basically, because you're saying, I'm willing to provide liquidity. I have some stacks, but I'm willing to provide it only at this range. So what's going to happen once the price moves, your tokens are going to get swapped A for B. And that's also a way to do a limit order and get paid while you swap, right? So it's a good strategy as well. And once it hits that price range, then you start also accumulating fees. So there's a bunch of stuff that you could do in like shaping your strategy, but I think the flexibility can be used in many creative ways. So it's the bootcamp recruit. That's the first role. Yep, and for those in the live boot camps, we have a form where we will airdrop some stacks tokens so you guys can test this out. I see Bethel asking, where do I get my stacks wallet? If you go to the BFF.army, and you click the self-guided, okay, there's going to be a resource here which has the official links, but also the basics of downloading an Xverse or Leather wallet, understanding fees. So that's always make sure you're following the official links. Download the Leather wallet, save your seed phrase, do all that good stuff, and you can submit. That form. So ideally, this guide, you can do it at your own pace. We want to see how many people can graduate, go over through the sections and the courses, and then graduate. And then by graduating and finishing the theory test, you get this role and access to a private channel on Discord where people are going to be sharing strategies and tips and all of that good stuff, as well as weekly giveaways for those that have completed the boot camp and have graduated. And we are going to have advanced and intermediate boot camps as well. This is the first one. This is the pre-launch in beta, but we're going to have a weekly boot camps as well. So you're going to find them all here under the BFF Army calendar. We're going to have a bunch of guides that's created by the community. So if you want to participate, stay tuned. There's also other Zero Authority bounties coming up. But there's going to be specific courses, everything from how to swap, how to DCA, different strategies using these different shapes and formulas, and all you need to really get up to speed on how concentrated liquidity works. And again, we are open to feedback. And this is just, again, one of the boot camps. We're going to be hosting 2, 3, 4 a week, maybe more. And we hope you guys get the value and get a head start before HODL is on mainnet with real tokens. So in real yield, exactly.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you so much for sharing your insights. We would also go learn on our own too. Thank you so much.
Muted. That's a good feedback, good improvement. We do have a contact us. You can kind of click become a contributor, and it will take you to a form. You can definitely use that as a feedback, but good idea. I think we do need that as for people can submit questions and stuff. So reminder that within our live app, so we have our live app, okay, where you can do swaps, you can do DCA, you can provide liquidity in those pools. We have a support desk here as well. You can just click here, support desk, open a ticket, or search for specific content as well, including the HODL. So if you have any questions regarding that is also available. You can just click support. So there's a bunch of articles there. And then if you do need help, you can just open a ticket and the team will help you out as well. So there's a bunch of HODL guides here as well. Early access, if you're testing the beta, there's a testing guide here for the beta. So yeah, it's all here. I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. And then from that point on, make sure you guys are following, and there's a lot of content coming, a lot of new boot camps as well. Peace is going to be hosting more. So this is just the beginning. You got help center here. I'll DeFi terminology as well. I know we cover a lot. We said a lot of maybe new terms that you haven't heard about it. You got all of them here on the left. What are market makers? What are bins, right? All of that good stuff. And then you got the resources here. You got the help center here. The official links of the HODL beta, the home, the BFF socials, need any help. So yeah, I think the BFF Army is a good place to start. Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you everyone for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye. All right. Goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. A little bit lower turnout than the people that registered, so we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. Peace, love, music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out. Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? Joel Pal, Peace, Love, Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Go Rosen or the Rosen Protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand that it's really hard to coordinate. So I think it's quite like my early morning. But I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here, but I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and let more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is now Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen, and before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China, and it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families. They're in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have the idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you're speaking English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. Then you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people. You can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen, and I think this is like a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, and basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean the borderless social network things. So I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world, and our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And yeah, and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue
Well,
to
yeah,
talk.
let me actually. So the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate um, lightweight, low, microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer to peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it and utilizing stable coins, which
Yeah.
is obviously less volatile when you're making
Yeah.
payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the SWIFT, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make
Right.
nonsense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people, like they are doing this micro task, they just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually, this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is small, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with supermulti chain, so it's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this it doesn't matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades, like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. As most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the Stacks layer too. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up Stacks because there is an app on the Stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think on our platform, not sure like about that platform how they doing, but I think this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a polls on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post you can put some like stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. That's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you may need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins, like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is, like, once they want to withdraw, then yeah, it's like the same page. Like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10. You can just do this withdraw. It's really simple. And if you felt like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10. So you can do the withdrawal immediately. Yeah, so this is the process. And we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet. And this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account, and I noticed and I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. This I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets, because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users. So that
Right.
means, yeah, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So yeah, just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. And then we will give you like some like channels for doing this deposit for the USDT or USDC. And we are also working with PayPal for the PYUSD. So this will be launched very soon as well. And then this is kind of wallets are custodian. And if you want to deposit money, you just copy the wallet address and put the money to your Rosen wallet. And if you want to withdraw, then just like I mentioned, you need to connect with your private wallet, which one is definitely non-custodian, right? So that one was controlled by yourself. So then you can consider to move some money from Rosen wallets to your private wallets. This is going to be more even like safer for you to control, because if you don't connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet, it's still on your Rosen wallet, it's still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But yeah, if usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move these kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find, like, if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry. You answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore. Explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some a feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel is quite interesting, and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's yeah, just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it's called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about this tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different posts, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth or maybe participate in events in Brazil in upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page, and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners, Ant Group, to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and you usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to a creator economy or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage at a without large intermediary fees in the equation for low cost, lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think for our project, it just like you can our mission, we definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, I mean geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global or when you want to be international, especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should, go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now, I didn't see a really domain or really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token or like just like you mentioned seed freeze or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager at opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more how to say that, more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is like they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like how can I see them just to reflect it on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind like about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like, it's to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like this young people, younger generation, they are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is we are considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas or like maybe two gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things. Actually, one, sponsor the transactions. Two, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they are like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese, and yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. And the languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use. And we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in, right, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so, for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only, so you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local the link direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there. And then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. It's super easy. And I think I also create a land for the DeOrganized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us, from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah, just make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. We will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition. You know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like as Garosan, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to see to hear that you mentioned the stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their UN SDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever. To
Oh,
find
well, that
us.
makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're
Yeah.
organizing right inside the app. That's where your
Yeah,
ambassadors.
the best way is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google Map, so you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue hats on the map. They are in the highest display level, so it's really easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the homepage, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that one because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like digital, they are digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a event, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like expense, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on-ramp off-ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think the most headache things is like how to do the on-ramp off-ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually, like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop. It's really hard. So I really usually help them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do this one time, they can teach their not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know, if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador, who put this together. P Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually, that's why I wanted to ask you. Like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground, so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So would we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But no, but I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah, yeah. I
So
really appreciate, he linked us together and he was like a really good person. And I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to, facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X right. And that happened with us. Like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app, and then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can, reach out to anytime. Yeah, and I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really, really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any, updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3, to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it, and then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which, realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Just keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and
Yeah.
happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. You all have a great day. Peace out.
keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP, keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives. Bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP.
On link referrals. So the whole system allows the users to connect to each other. You can see here a little sample of this. So this platform allows the freelancers to set their commissions to also, with blockchain, be sure that everybody will receive the automatic commission distribution. So, and the best part is that everybody can be a talent scout for all the users. So I'm going to show you a little demo here. All right, this is how it works. So a user enters to our platform, connect their wallet. So the user set the profile and can, decide how much profit, commission fee can give to someone to find a job for him. And he can actually search for other users and connect and get a referral link. With this referral link, they can actually connect with other users. There was a transfer happening in the blockchain. So you can see the platform is working really well. We are working in doing some little stuff to prove it. So yeah, this is Referido. So we are building the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. So with Referido, freelancers set their own referral commissions, talent scout, and automatically the blockchain enforce who gets paid by automatic commission distribution. So if you want to join this project, there is our link to our Telegram. You can take a picture. So with Referido, we are starting the decentralized talent economy powered by people you trust. Thank you.
Great work, great work. All right, we're getting right into the next one. So speaker number 2, Bitcoin University, please start making your way up to the stage. Woo! Here for Bitcoin University. Buenos dias, Buenos Aires. I'm so excited to be here and share with you guys why I'm here and what I'm building. So my daughter, I'm building for my daughter. She's my biggest inspiration. I'm building Bitcoin University for her. I missed her birthday to be here. And so I just, I told her I was going to be here for a reason. And that reason is that I believe education can unlock sovereignty and opportunity for the next generation. That's why BTCU exists, to create a pathway to financial freedom and meaningful work in the Bitcoin economy. The world has changed and is still changing. People worldwide are fleeing weak fiat currency, seeking stability and control over their wealth. Bitcoin offers global, borderless, sovereign money, accessible by anybody with an internet connection. But we still have an education gap. Traditional education systems haven't evolved to teach people how to participate in this new economy.
Traditional universities are failing the next generation of learners and workers. It's too expensive. The curriculum is outdated. People aren't graduating and getting jobs in the field that they're studying, and they're graduating with debt. People need skills, not diplomas, and they need income, not debt. That's where crypto comes in. It provides an opportunity. The Bitcoin and Stacks economy is rapidly expanding, but there's no talent pipeline to fill these critical roles. Companies are hiring and opportunities are abundant, but beginners have no clear way in. The real problem is that wallets are confusing and seed phrases are scary. Educational resources are scattered across the ecosystem and fragmented. Career paths are unclear and people don't know which skills lead to real jobs in the crypto economy. That's where Bitcoin University comes in. A friendlier, simpler, modern way to learn Bitcoin and enter the global crypto economy. BTCU removes every barrier between curiosity and capability. We're building the front door to the Bitcoin economy, designed for absolute beginners with real opportunities. So we're designing beginner-friendly courses for anybody, regardless of technical background. We have a mobile-first UX design so that you can learn anywhere, anytime from your mobile phone. And we're using AI to personalize instruction that adapts to your personal learning style. We are going to connect you with peers in the space that you can learn with, and also mentors to help you guide you through your journey. After completing courses, you will receive on-chain credentials. And we know all of the companies in the Stacks and Bitcoin ecosystem that are building on Bitcoin, so we can connect you directly to companies that are hiring talent. So frictionless onboarding. We partnered with Turnkey and developed a way for you to create a wallet with your biometrics, so Face ID or fingerprint. And so there's no passwords, no complexity. You get an instant wallet and you can jump straight into your first lesson in under 30 seconds. So by limiting friction at the entry point, we ensure that nobody is left behind. So as you can see, it's very simple. You log in, you sign up with passkey, your seed phrases are stored on your device, and you can instantly get access to course content and resources. And when you're finished, you can mint your NFT certificate. Bitcoin University, let's build a future for our children. Thank you.
Well done, Bitcoin University. Moving on to our next project. Come on up, Big Market. Let's hear for Big Market.
Yeah, of course.
Hello, and good afternoon to everybody. My name is Antonio. I'm representing Big Market, and let me tell you about what Big Market is today. So Big Market is a prediction market, and for those who don't know, prediction market is like a platform that helps us predict future. For example, will it rain tomorrow? So we build a prediction market around one certain problem. And the problem is that information does not necessarily always means that that is truth. And truth, we believed in the past, that leads to wisdom and power. So we are overwhelmed with misinformation around us in today's world. And the question is like, what can we trust? So basically, one of the basic problems that is facing humanity today is like, how do we distinguish that signal from noise? Everything in the media, we are bombarded with like untruthful information. Libra here happened in Argentina. Can we trust governments? Can we trust politicians? Like, what can we actually trust? And the notion of prediction market exists for quite some time, but we have built big market completely different. We have built big market around a concept of DAO, and we have made it like severely or radically decentralized. Participation, anybody who participates on the platform basically gives signals for that truth discovery. Accuracy, if you are the person that has insider knowledge or information, will it rain tomorrow, will basically make you earn more reputation because information that you're providing to the platform is more accurate. Resolution on the platform, where other platforms are lacking in terms of the speed and trustworthiness, we have a triple layer system, and basically AI, oracles, and humans are working together to resolve the markets, will it rain tomorrow, on the fastest possible way, which leads us to the multiple applications in DeFi around our platform. There is a saying, when you come into the casino, house always wins, right? Because big market is built around concept of DAO, we have built it on a way that we build the house and we invite everybody to join in just by participating. You don't need to stake money, put money, just come there, leave a comment, and you immediately receive in our ecosystem something which is called soulbound token, like something that is very tied to you. And your soulbound token, soulbound reputation token cannot be traded or exchanged for anything else except for the big market ideal token, meaning that everybody can participation, take part into the protocol. Speed matters because triple layer system makes market cycle through very fast, which allows multiple applications in different industries.
Insure, come on up, Hyper Insure.
Okay, I check. Yeah. I've been sure. So we are protecting institutional Bitcoin transactions. Imagine this: you have a massive arbitrage opportunity. Agents has been placed, counterparties aligned, millions of liquidity has been posted, and suddenly your transaction or your trade doesn't go through. That's gonna be suck. People have been posting about it on X, and these are like some of the real numbers here. Like approximately 1,000 transactions, which are of very high value, didn't go through. Like 18% of failure rate because of the massive spike at a network congestion level. If you ask me, protocol risk is very real. It could be related to, not paying the enough amount, mempool congestion at a Bitcoin level, or every missed block impacts on the liquidity that you are holding. So you wouldn't want that when you're dealing with that level or that volume of trade. So here comes HyperInsure. What you have to do is before putting that high volume of transaction at a network, just buy one of the insurance policy at our platform, and we take care of everything from network congestion to network monitoring from mempool, and we make sure your transaction goes through. And if it doesn't, and if your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payout. So ready to eliminate the protocol risk? I'm going to show you a small demo how it works. All you have to do is just connect your Leather wallet. Simply, as soon as your wallet is loaded, just select one of the package. Now, what it does is here you have standard packages. Just have to make sure okay, I'm okay with this much amount of delay time. Just enter the amount, purchase the policy. Perfect. Now, once you have the policy set, all you have to do is submit the claim. If your claim is legitimate, you will receive the payouts. Everything is done by automation, smart contract. So the payout and everything is automated. And guys, what? We are live with HyperInsure. Just scan this, test out the whole platform, and there you go. So that's HyperInsure for you.
Nice job, HyperInsure. Okay, next we have Stacks Machines. Come on up, Stacks Machines. Time for you to take the stage. There we go. Yay, Stacks Machines.
Oh. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jan Alarcon. So I'm gonna present about Stacks Machine. So the problems that we realize is we want to help developers and we want to help founders, and we realize that these two important people face two problems. First, developers, they need more, assistant or tools for them to keep and develop fast. And founders, they need to show their idea, their product in a better way, in a way that this idea is almost production ready release. So that's why we have Stacks Machine, this tool, AI tool that will give to you a high quality clarity smart contract. It means with this tool, you can get almost production ready clarity contracts, and you can show and you can keep shipping. Also, with this tool, is especially for developers, so we can onboard thousands of developers that we have here. And the idea is to accelerate, to boost. For example, in this case, we can achieve very high speed. So how does it work? So we will collect so this is the architecture, sorry. So basically the user or the developer is gonna ask any kind of question related to clarity, stacks on our environment. It can be Visual Studio Code or Cursor. And we'll have an internal server that will handle all of these queries that we have. But before that, we have to ingest all of this knowledge data into our database, so the MCP or the tool can actually retrieve this data to the users. So this is the main flow. So here I want to show a bit more, but it's not showing. How is it? It's not showing my slide, but anyway. So yeah, happy to partner with us. So the idea is to scale this. For example, this is a project on early stage. We are just a POC. So, but the idea at the end is to scale this to production to have this tool that can provide a much better response, a much faster response, and can provide answer or can reply this developer's question in a fast way. Yeah, that's basically it. So with this tool, we can achieve what the stack is needing to build BTC-Fi projects. So anyone can easily just come, log in, register, and start building the projects that is gonna leverage BTC-Fi into the next level. This is my QR code, so happy to connect. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Stacks Machines. For our next presenter, come on up. Let's hear it for X402 Stacks.
Sí, gracias.
Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Antonio, and you guys can see the screen, but basically this is a cloud interaction. I was trying to get Cloud to use an API, and he says it's not possible. Why? Because internet payments are made for the old use. What is that flow? So for example, let's say you want to interact with an API. You need to go, sign up, get an API key. And once you have that API key, now you can start using that API. But there's a problem. Basically, agents don't have a credit card. They want to pay for a service, if they want to pay for a API, for anything, they cannot pay. But they still need to get some resources. That's why I want to introduce you to X402 on Stacks, the native Bitcoin payment protocol. But first of all, what is X402? So whenever you guys go to the internet, you're going to get a response on the browser, on your mobile device. Whenever you try to go to the internet, you're going to get a status code. That represents the action. So for example, if everything is okay, you're going to get a 200. If you cannot find a resource, you're going to get a 404. You know, like the one in the ground with the dinosaur. So those are the status code. We also have the 402 status code, which represents payment required. In the past, we were not able to use this status code because there was no way to have micropayments. You won't pay with your credit card. You know, like it's more expensive to pay with a credit card 1 cent than actually doing something else, right? So we were not able to use this status code correctly. But now with Bitcoin and micropayments, we can add the payment details to that response. So this is the basic flow of how X402 works. So we have a client, let's say your AI agent. That AI agent wants to consume one resource, maybe an API to get a TikTok video, whatever. So it goes to that API, and the API will respond with 402. That's their normal flow. Actually, that works right now. But instead of only responding with 402, now the backend is going to send also the payment details, my wallet, and also the amount of SBTC that I want to receive for that resource. So once I get that information on the client, your agent will send that amount of SBTC to the backend. The backend will verify, the facilitator will verify the transaction. And once the verification is done, you are going to get the resource you were looking at, X402. So what this means for the industry. So basically, now every content creator, like if you are posting something on your blog and maybe an LLM is scrapping your blog for that information, instead of only get scrapped, now you can charge and get paid on Bitcoin for that resource. All right, another content creation. Something important I want to touch here is that yesterday, 30% of all the base transactions were made by X402 protocol. 20% on base. That's a lot, and that's a huge opportunity for the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I have a quick demo here. I think I'm going to skip it because I cannot see it here. But basically, I was trying to get information from that TikTok video. That's the cloud example I was showing at the beginning. So I couldn't do it. But with X402 on the stacks, now I can get paid with SBTC, with Bitcoin, and get that resource. I'm going to skip the video because we cannot see anything. But, well, let me introduce you to the team. So my co-founder and CTO, Cloudco, he's really good at AI, at coding. And me, Antonio, I've been founder many times before. I did Y Combinator a few years ago and also launched the first crypto credit card in Mexico. And well, if you guys want to start Stacks X402, you can scan this QR code. It's ready. It's now ready on TypeScript. And if you're gonna connect, my DMs are open. So thank you so much, guys. Woo!
Well done, X402 Stacks. Let's bring up our next presenter, Certificors. You are up. Take the stage. It is your time. Let's hear it, everyone, for Certificors. Come on up, Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. I understand something.
I need more muscle. Hold this right here. Hold on. It's gonna fall down.
Sorry.
It's not gonna work. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it. We got it. Ooh. Yay! Look at that muscle. All right. Mike's looking like fun.
Delante justo con el otro compañero.
All right, so quick pivots. We are going to bring up a different project, and you will go after the next person. And we will give out headsets.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
So, my mistake, everybody. Our next project is actually going to be Move Your Wallet. Move Your Wallet. Let's hear it for Move Your Wallet. Come on stage. Woo! After Move Your Wallet, then we will do Certificors. Certificors presentation is going to be in Spanish, so the production team will be handing out headsets. If you need a translation to English, just raise your hand when they come out, and they will give you a headset. But for now, we're going to go to Move Your Wallet. Este nomás.
Hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Elias. I'm the CEO and founder of Movia Wallet. But before I talk about our project, let's imagine that we are out and ask a random person if he can send us one USDC. Do you think that it's possible? Most likely not. And how many time it will take to teach that person how to create a wallet, save the seed phrase, have the token for the gas, and a lot of basic concepts and a lot of time. That's why I created Movia Wallet. It's a smart wallet for everyone, but focused on Web2 persons, where you don't need to understand blockchain concepts, have the network token for the gas or sign the transaction because it's gasless and signless. You just need to connect your Gmail and send messages for help transactions. That's all. And now I will show you a demo. Right now we connected already our Gmail and we are on the dashboard. We added pounds and we just need to go to a chat, write the same 0.1 STX to the person. Let's wait a little. The agent is saying, would you like to confirm? Yes, and you just need to wait. Here you can see the transaction, the hash, then we have the history. And another feature that we have is that we can add a contact. Not only this, not only transactions, you can make swaps, just sending messages. It's like this. So the person that you went out to talk, now, yes, he can send you money just with one transaction. What's Movia different from the other wallets? Simple access to your wallet and integrate AI assistant for transaction and swaps. This wallet is self-custodial. All the data will be stored in your phone, so we won't have your seed phrase or your private key, nothing. You have it. Our roadmap, we have 5 stages. We are right now in the second one, building the MVP. Next, we would like to have at least 1,000 users from Bolivia, Argentina, all Latin America. Then we would like to add all the feedback that we received, add new features, and finally have a pre-seed investment secure. This is the business model. We have 3 models. The first is commission for swaps, 0.5% for each swap. Then if you have a pro account, of course, you have to pay a monthly fee. The commission will be less for the swaps and priority super. And finally, the
Well done, Move Your Wallet.
Standing up till I'm freezing man. In the heat.
So for our next demo, we are going to be bringing up Sebastian from Rather Strategy to give us our next demo. So let's hear it for Rather Strategy. No, Somewhat. Back to a second. Antes lo probamos. Te digo lo mejor. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. My name is Sebastian Rosenberg. I'm project manager. I'm part of the growth team at Radar Labs. Radar Labs is a local software company. We work with different foundations like Arbitrum Foundation, NEAR Foundation, MultiverseX, among many others. And this is our first approach into stacks and clarity. So we are really excited. And what we built is the Radar Strategy Protocol, which is about automated token strategies on stacks. So this strategy is trend. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's a hot topic right now across different ecosystems. It was following the Michael Saylor's MicroStrategy strategy, which is selling a token in order to a stock, in that case, in order to buy another asset, Bitcoin in that case.
So the first one, in this case, was Punk Strategy, who launched a token called Punkster in order to buy CryptoPunks. They currently hold over 34, I think, CryptoPunks, which is huge, and the market cap is over $35 million in this dip. The week before it was like 9 figures. And beside this, it's happening with different NFT collections. And another example I added is Node Strategy, which is a token trading node monks, which is a Bitcoin ordinals collection. And also is a way to prove that this works and made the collection pump over at 70%. But there is a problem with Bitcoin ordinal. These strategies are not automated, are run by a centralized team. So we are aiming to solve that too. So how this automated token strategy works, just to make it short, basically someone launches a token and a liquidity pool to trade that token. That liquidity pool generates a trading fee. It can be set up by the creator, 5%, for example. So each time anyone buys or sells the token, it generates a fee that goes into a treasury. That treasury has an automated token strategy, and when it reaches the floor price of a particular NFT collection, it buys and releases it on profit with a premium, let's say, for example, 20%. So when that NFT gets sold, all the proceeds are used to buy and burn the strategy token. This way, the strategy token helps the NFT collection, and the NFT collection helps the NFT token because it buys and burns it. So it generates a perpetual flywheel between both. And again, it's proven that it helps a lot the collections. So this is how it works. Next one. And we have built, I don't know if with the sun you can see the front end. The main developer behind this was Mauro Coco, who's present here. And we built a proof of concept, an MVP, to show this can be done on Clarity on Stacks. We did 4 smart contracts, one for the token interacting with LP, another one for the marketplace, another one for the NFTs, and for the trading strategy. So this works. We can see the other one. Here you can see the treasury balance of the trading fees. The floor price of the NFT collection is trading, so now it's ready to buy and release it on top. And the amount of the strategy token that have been bought and burned, it's a fixed supply token. So again, we want to bring this proven tool to the Stacks ecosystem and also solve this clear pain point on ordinals. So thank you for your time. You can connect here and we have.
Well done, Sebastian. You're good. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So for our next presenter, we're now going to bring certificators back up on stage. Christian, are you with us? Yeah. All right. So while we're waiting for Christian's going to come up now. After Christian, we have Beta Picks. We're going to finish up with Hawk. So, Lisa? Let's hear it for Christian, everybody.
¿That's okay? Perfecto. Hola, bueno, mi nombre es Cristian, fundador de Certificate, y hoy les hablaré porque el fraude de diplomas hoy en día es una industria que mueve más de 7.000 millones de dólares cada año. Sí, así es una industria. Esto les está costando a las compañías miles de millones en malas contrataciones y asuntos legales. A los estudiantes no logran comprobar su verdadero valor y las instituciones ven dañada su reputación. El sistema actual es lento, caro y basado en la confianza, no en la verificación. Ahora iremos desde los sistemas obsoletos a un futuro de verificación instantánea, inmutable y universalmente certificable. Somos Certificate. Somos Certificate, la fuente oficial para la nueva validación de certificados académicos. Usamos la blockchain de Stack para lograr crear una verificación en segundos, proteger marcas de instituciones y una verificación instantánea de certificados. Nuestra plataforma crea valor para todos, las compañías, reclutadores, estudiantes e instituciones. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B SaaS. Compañías y reclutadores pagan una suscripción anual por nuestro sistema para poder verificar certificados. Ya tenemos un MVP trabajando. Dentro de los siguientes meses planeamos lanzar nuestro piloto con al menos 2 escuelas e-learning. Ahora veremos la demo, donde solamente ingresando el correo pueden encontrar la wallet y ingresando el nombre del curso certificamos en la blockchain de Stack. Aquí podemos ver cómo se genera el ID y está registrado en la blockchain de Stack. Sin ningún problema. Luego, como estudiante, pueden ver todos sus certificados listados. Y dentro de una certificación tendremos un ID que nos llevará a validar el certificado de manera inmediata, sin ningún problema. También tenemos un explorador público donde con el correo podemos buscar todos los certificados de un usuario, los datos de una academia y más información sobre un certificado particular. Si buscan Real Talento Certificados, hoy los certificará. Muchas gracias.
Well done, Christian. Well done. Let's hear it one more time for Christian. Great job. All right, so moving into our next speaker, we are down to our final 2 projects. Our next presenter, pointing to you, Ronell. Come on up, B2 Picks. It's your time. Take the stage. Let's hear it for B2 Picks, everybody.
Honestly, the only thing that was starting to make me nervous was the technical thing. Yeah, that's something that- But I did everything and made everything awful. The truth is, like, we don't like go.
Like keep it more good, important, but what is it when it's ready to have people understand from our
Yeah, your program is like. What you've done, what you've
It's just going to be seamless.
So far, so good. I'm not sure if I'm not sure. Every so often I lose connectivity. And I'm not sure if GP is accidentally hitting buttons and switching cameras.
I'm from Brazil. I'm the founder of B2P. We are bringing Bitcoin self-custody for over 200 million of Brazilians. I worked over 15 years as a software engineer. During this time, I met Bitcoin. That was designed to be B2B, right? But trading, B2B trading with fiat currency has several issues. We become a place full of scam and long negotiations, so we surrendered to the centralized exchange. We gave up our custody, our privacy for convenience. But if we could make B2B trading more secure and faster, well, in Brazil, we have PIX. PIX is a standard payment system created by the central bank. Everyone there uses PIX to transfer money, to make purchase, any kind of payment. That's very popular. So what if we connect PIX with Bitcoin? This is what B2Pix did. B2Pix let anyone buy Bitcoin as easy as buying a cup of coffee. We took very seriously the simplicity and security. To buy Bitcoin, you just come to our website,
create your wallet if you don't have one with your passkey without the need to install any app. So choose an offer, pay with Pix. In a few instances, the system will verify in the seller's bank account if the payment was confirmed. So it will release in the smart contract the Bitcoin for the wallet, the buyer's wallet. We built it in the Stacks blockchain that can confirm the transaction in a few seconds and have the Bitcoin finality. Also, we use both protocol. Both protocol enable you pay the transaction fee with Bitcoin. So it avoids the dual token that it provides the best user experience like a Web2 experience. We already live on the main net and we are open gradually. So you're welcome to access our website and join our waiting list. Thank you.
You solved your piece. You solved your piece. Let's
go. Well done, B2Fix. Okay, so we're down to our last presenter. So let's go ahead and get into it for our next presenter. Muy especial, feliz cumpleaños a ti, Pablo. Let's hear it.
Thank you. Wait, that's my double.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Made it.
Take your time.
So thanks, my ass. Just need to copy what they're doing. You need to franchise, people will have to buy them. No. Can I rent you a yacht whenever you need it? You don't need to own stuff. Just like 2 suitcases so you can move free wherever you want. It's like picking up, I don't know, this you don't need to own stuff.
Thank you.
What if we like own it? You know what?
You have boats only go down and about here.
Exactly. And you want to change the boat and now you need a smaller boat. Then you're going to move from, I don't know, Ibiza to, let's say, France. It's expensive, takes time. Yeah, but how did I finance it to begin with? I loaned out my Bitcoin, right? My Bitcoin's going to go. Yeah, the big business and she wants to be paid. Oh. Goods and services, I guess. So don't own the boat. Never own a boat. Own a small fishing boat. I own a small fishing boat. Well, but then you're monetizing. Huh? Then you're monetizing. I just fish with it, but that's like a small fishing boat. But like for the bigger boats, you're different. You don't need to be more on the boat.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Hola.
Hola.
Muchas gracias por venir. Bienvenidos a Buenos Aires. We're like in Buenos Aires, right? Yeah. I want to know who I'm referring to. First, I follow hacks. I've been developing since a lot of years, like more than 7. Also researching Bitcoin since late 2018. Going to very networks on the digital sphere. And now I'm building on Stacks since more than 1 year. Also studying for being a Bitcoin core developer here in Argentina. I'm gonna go back to the Amazon where is my origin the next year. And right now I'm very, very grateful to be part of this project. You did check that name, right? You understand what is it about. It's the legacy industry of the music. Communities are pretty messed up. We are seeing a lot of applications that didn't got really the fair compensation for the artists. So I'm as a musician and as a programmer and as a 3D modeler even, I'm really pissed off about that. So I building with our DAO here
also in Latin America, it's cross countries. Sumac, that means belleza, beauty in Quechua. It's a software universal music art kernel. Basically, it's a protocol for people to share music, art on the Bitcoin to stacks. It's so easily to just share what you are making on. About the flow of this process is practically making a contract, charging a fee for all the entities that are the artist, curator, buyer, or remixer that can use your work. So we already have the first song minted on Bitcoin stacks. That is Cholo. Is now driving also the advance. Yolo Cholo is the first album. So how to earn Satoshi really? That's what people ask, right? Not just how to buy it on the floor or whatever. It's like how to really earn it as an artist. We have Satoshi from SBTC, this network that is really strong. I really believe in that. I want to test it. You just have to meet, list, launch, and earn and repeat. That's what you need to do on this ecosystem. So practically, I'm doing this for open source. All my work is open source. You can check it on GitHub, anywhere. On my site, that is hacks.pe. So we stand for a right to play. I invite you to check sumac.app. Maybe you can get a little bit of fun over there. I'm Power Hacks. You can follow me on Nostr or whatever. Do what you want. Okay? Thanks.
Well done, Paolo. Let's hear it one more time for Sumac. Let's hear it for all the presenters, everybody. All the demos, background. We're really happy to see the final projects. Really pleased with everything. So we're going to keep moving along with our agenda. So up next, we're going to have Kenny Rogers from Stacks Labs come up and give an overview, a workshop into Stacks and Clarity. So I love this energy that we have in the audience. Let's just keep that energy high. Let's do it nice. Round of applause. Welcome to Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
While Kenny gets set up, what the rest of the afternoon looks like is after Kenny, we're going to hear from the Stacks Latam team. If you're here at the beginning of the morning, I gave an overview as to why we are here, why we are in Buenos Aires. The Stacks Latam team is going to give some context as to why that is. After the Stacks Latam team talks, we're going to hear from Eric Choi from Stacks Labs, who's going to talk about bridging Bitcoin with SBTC. And we're going to round off our last speaker with Raphael, so from Hero. And so Raphael will be talking about how to build real applications using stacks and payments.
Yeah, baby. Well, yeah. But I have 11. That's not. Or another grandma.
Hello, everybody. I just got to say real quick before I get started. I've been with all these builders for the past week, watching them build their projects, and we could just do another real quick big round of applause because watching them go through all of this. Yeah! Crazy crowd, all of them super cool. This is probably one of the coolest events I've ever been a part of. Honored to have been able to be with them during this journey. And I'm also going to put Ileana on the spot and give her a big round of applause. So with that, I'd like to welcome you all to the nerd portion of today's programming. We're going to be kind of digging into how Stacks works. We've been talking a lot about some of the opportunities. We've been looking at some of the people that are building things on it. And now we're going to kind of get into the how it actually works. And I was up vibe coding a little something last night. So you guys pay attention. We're going to play a game at the end, and the winner is going to get 100 SDX. So if not paying attention, get out here and let's do this. So
one of the things that I think is super important when we're talking about all this stuff is we looked at the opportunities for why we should be interested in kind of this whole idea of activating the Bitcoin economy and building on Bitcoin and everything, but where does Stacks actually come into play in helping us to do that? And really, I think Bitcoin kind of serves as two things. Most people understand that Bitcoin operates as money. I think that part's pretty well understood. But the other piece of Bitcoin that I think is maybe a little bit underappreciated or less understood is the ability to operate as sort of this foundational layer for a new, better kind of internet with the same concept as what it does for money. And that concept, I think, really comes down to ownership. What Bitcoin does is it allows people to own their money. And what I really like about Stacks is Stacks builds the piping that allows developers to come in and then build the systems that money runs through and have that same concept of ownership be built in. If you look around the internet today, it really runs on like a rental model. Very few businesses really own their entire stack from beginning to end. And so we may have the good money, but the pipes that money is flowing through they're still centralized. We still don't own them. They can still be taken over, shut down by somebody that's not us. That's not the one that owns the business. And so the vision for the future that I have with Stacks is, can we get those pipes that the money runs through to have this same ethos of decentralization and ownership and freedom and everything. So we're going to look a little bit today at how Stacks approaches that. And so I have open right here the Stacks docs. We're not going to do any slides or anything today. I'm just going to run through and we're going to kind of walk through a couple things together. So we've got the Stacks docs up here, and I find that the best way to kind of help people get their head around how Stacks works is to go through each of the components. We're going to kind of go through these one at a time, but if you're a developer and you go here to the Stacks documentation, that's really the best place to start to kind of get your head around what all these different pieces are. And so we're going to kind of go through some of these in order. We're actually going to start right here. Do you guys read those? Probably not. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit here. There we go. So this is kind of what I would say almost like what you might call the transaction journey of how somebody's going to interact with Stacks and how that's going to flow from when the user first initiates an action and how it's going to flow through the whole system and ultimately settle onto Bitcoin. It's another term that we throw around a lot. Stacks helps things settle on Bitcoin. So today we're going to kind of look at the path that actually goes down. And the first thing is obviously the user app. So this might be a wallet, this might be a DeFi protocol, whatever. This is really going to be the first point of interaction. And usually what's going to happen is that when a user uses their wallet to call a transaction, behind the scenes, that's going to be using a JavaScript library called Stacks.js. So real quick, how many people are developers out here? Okay, so like half and half about. So if you've ever built on Solidity, Stacks.js can be thought of as like Web3.js or Ethers.js, but it's really going to be the interaction layer between the user and the Clarity smart contracts. So that's kind of where the journey is going to start from the user perspective. They're going to interact with an AMP. That's going to use a Stacks.js function to then call a Clarity contract. And Clarity is kind of the lifeblood of the Stacks ecosystem because that's the language the smart contracts are actually written in. And so what we're going to do right now is I'm going to have some audience participation. That's okay with everybody. We can't see this one either, can we? Okay.
A little bit.
How about if I...
Oh, we can't.
This may not work. We can't see this, but that's okay. We're going to wing it. All right. What this was supposed to look like was a nice, beautiful little set of templates for what we actually want our contract to do. But basically what we're going to do right now is we're going to build, it's called a multiplayer counter contract. Super simple. The goal is we're going to maintain accounts and anybody could initiate a transaction to add on to the account. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to call out what we need to add next, and you guys are going to help me kind of put together this Clarity contract so we can kind of get introduced to some of the concepts. So what I want you to do is I want you to look over here on the right. We've got a collection of a bunch of different elements of Clarity functions and contracts that we need to put together in the right order to write our contract. And so the first little block that we have over here that you guys can't see, the first thing that we have to do is define a storage map. So I'm going to start calling on everybody to shout out. If we need to define a storage map, which one of these do you think that we need to use? And I'll give you a little bit of a clue. The pink ones are the ones where we need to define something, so create something new. The yellow ones are where we need to call a function. And then the blue ones are going to be variables, so they're going to hold some values. The orange ones are going to be different data types, and the green ones are going to be the actual data. So if we want to define a storage map, which one of these are we going to grab?
Define map.
Somebody said define map. Hey, we want to name it counters. Which one?
Counters. The blue.
Yep. Now we want it to be keyed by the user, and what that means is a map is basically a data structure where you have a piece of data that has an identifier. And so what we're saying here is we want the data here to be able to be identified by a user. How do we identify users in crypto?
Principal.
Addresses. So in Stacks, an address is called a principal. So if we remember that the orange is the type that we want to put here, and we need it to be an identifier for a person or a principal, then that means we're going to put what here?
Principal.
Principal. And we want them to be storing a type of a number, but it's a specific kind of number called an unsigned integer, which basically means a positive number. So if we say unsigned integer and it needs to be this same type of data, which one are we going to want to throw there?
Uint.
Uint. Now we just need to end. I'm not going to make you guys guess that one. Next, we need to define a read-only function. Which one's that going to be?
Define read-only.
Read-only. Nice. If you can pick up on what I'm doing here, I'm trying to highlight how readable clarity is, because you can basically just pick and choose for the thing that you need to do, and there's going to be a function that's going to be named similarly to that. So we want this function to be named getCount. And the yellow ones are function definitions. There's two different ones here. So which one do you think we're going to want to use here if we're just trying to define the function name?
GetCount.
Right. Now what we need to do here is we need to define the argument that we're going to pass to this getCount function. And we're going to call that argument to, and it's going to be a principal type. So we're going to want to do which one there?
At the bottom.
Nice. And now what we want to do here is the first thing we want to do is if whatever we're about to look up fails, we want to have a default fallback value that we're going to fall back on. And so we need our value here to default to something. So what are we going to want to call it here first then?
Default to.
Cool. And we want it to default to 0 if it doesn't find anything.
U0.
Okay. Now what we need to do next is we need to look something up in our map. And there's a little hint here for functions that end in a question mark. That means that we're going to be going out and retrieving something that may or may not exist from a map. So which one are we going to want to do there? And which map do we want to get it from?
That's one we created.
Okay. And now, remember we set up this identifier here by the principal. So now what we need to do is we need to tell this function how it knows which of these map items to go look up. And the way that we want to do that is by using a particular keyword in clarity that identifies the person that sent the transaction. So what do we want to do there?
GetCount TX sender.
No. Oh wait, I'm wrong. There we go. I grabbed the wrong one. What's going on here? What did I do? Oh, okay. I failed my own test. So this is probably going to be the trickiest part of it, but what we have here is when we define this function, we define an argument called who, and when we call that function, we're going to pass a principal into that, but we need to be able to reference it from within the function. So what do we want to do there?
So we need to define a public.
Not quite yet. All we're doing here is we're telling our function who we want to look up, and it corresponds to the variable name that we defined.
Who?
There we go. So that's what we want to do there. And then we're just going to end that one, and we're going to end that one, and we're going to end that one. Where are we at the time? Okay, we speed up a little bit. Next thing we want to do, define a public function. Which one's that going to be?
Define public.
We're going to call it count up. Function's going to be named. Now this one doesn't have any arguments because we don't need to pass anything into here, because what this behavior is going to do is it's just going to increment the counter that we have right here. So what we want to do is if this succeeds, we want to return a success message. In clarity, there's two return types. There's OK and error. So we want to tell this function that we need to return a success message. So we're going to do what right here? Now we need to set a value within our map. So we're going to run the map set. We need to tell it which map we want to update. It's going to be counters. And now we want to make sure that whoever calls this is the one whose count is going to be updated. So whoever sent the transaction.
Okay,
that's what we were trying to do before. Now we need to do an addition function, and operators work a little bit differently in Clarity. If you're used to other languages, you might be used to saying, 1 + 1 = 2. In Clarity, what you're actually doing is you're calling the add function and you're passing arguments to it. So we need to call a function that's named plus, which means we're going to grab this guy right here. And the next thing that we need to do is we need to get the current count of this person's counter. So we're going to retrieve that value from the map. Then we are going to add 1 to that. And now it's just a bunch of end parentheses here. And congratulations, we all wrote without putting in contact. So with that, we're going to talk a little bit about the next tool that we have in the Stacks ecosystem, which is Clarinet. So if we go back and look here at our diagram right here, Clarinet's right up here. And Clarinet is really the home base for Clarity developers because it's where they're going to initiate the process of writing their Clarinet contracts or Clarity contracts. That's where they can set up a local developer environment, get all that stuff going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run a command called Clarinet new, and we're going to say multi count. We're going to change into that directory. Then what we want to do is we want to create a new contract called multi-count. And we see here, we've got a couple different folders in here. We're going to pop open cursor. You guys can semi-see that, right? We're going to get our contract right here. Right now, it's just empty. And so we're going to see if this is actually a valid contract that we just wrote together. We're going to save it right here. We're going to run back, and we're going to run Clarinet check. Congratulations, we just wrote a valid Clarity contract by putting some building blocks together. Nice. So that's the quick tour of Clarity. The next thing I want to go over quickly is proof of transfer, because this is a pretty core part of how Stacks actually operates. When we talk about how Stacks is like a Bitcoin layer 2 and settles on Bitcoin and has Bitcoin finality, proof of transfer is the mechanism by which all of that happens. And so we've got a diagram here that can hopefully help make this a little bit easier to understand. I don't know how readable the words are, but we'll go through each piece of it right here for what we can see. So basically it starts with the miner, which is this little guy right here. And what that miner is going to do is that miner is actually going to spend the Bitcoin. So that's how mining works in proof of transfer. The Stacks miners will start by spending Bitcoin. And what that's going to do is that's going to put them into a weighted random function to decide who's going to become the next miner. Now what they do next is a result of the Nakamoto upgrade that happened not too long ago. Previously, Stacks blocks were tied 1-to-1 with Bitcoin blocks. They happened roughly every 10 minutes. Now with the Nakamoto upgrade, what we did is decoupled the block time from Bitcoin. And so now Stacks blocks are roughly 5 seconds or so, sometimes less, is how long it takes for a block to confirm and for a transaction to settle. So most of the time when you initiate a Stacks transaction, you go to check the Explorer. By the time you actually open it up, a lot of the time it's already confirmed, which is great. So when that miner gets selected, they start a tenure. And what that means is their tenure is going to last that whole Bitcoin block, but they're going to be mining blocks every few seconds during that amount of time. And then what they're going to do is they're going to pass those blocks to signers. So the miners do not append the blocks to the chain. The miners just propose the blocks. They pass them to signers, who are a separate party in the mining ecosystem. And what they're going to do is ensure that the blocks the miner pass actually conform to the rules of the chain. And if they do, then they're going to confirm them onto the chain. And so where does that Bitcoin actually go? That Bitcoin gets sent to stackers who are related to signers in the ecosystem. Stackers are people that are locking their Stacks tokens up in exchange for earning that Bitcoin as yield that the miner sent over. So when you earn yield on Stacks, you're not earning some randomly inflated token. You're actually earning real Bitcoin. And so the staking mechanism in Stacks is not deflationary because it does not increase the supply of the SDX tokens outside of the set Coinbase reward as part of the emission schedule anyway. And so this right here, this whole picture, this is what's called a reward cycle. And a reward cycle is 2,100 Bitcoin blocks, roughly 2 weeks long. And so what'll happen is these stackers, at the end of that reward cycle, they'll get a proportion of that Bitcoin yield distributed out to them, proportional to how much they stacked in the protocol. So that's the quick whirlwind overview of proof of transfer. And the next thing I want to cover is SBTC. So SBTC is really how we can actually use Bitcoin on the Stacks chain. Because as everybody knows, Bitcoin by itself is not programmable. So if we want to take it and use it in a programmable environment, we have to somehow find a way to represent that Bitcoin within the programmable environment. Most of the time, that's either a centralized or relatively centralized solution like wrapped BTC, for example, on Ethereum. And so what the Stacks core developers sought out to do was they wanted to create as decentralized of a version of this as possible. So when Andre was up earlier, one of the kind of principles he talked about was, what can we build on Bitcoin with the technology we have available to us now that is as decentralized as possible, that then also leaves open a path to further decentralization over time. And that's really the core ethos behind how SBTC works. And so the way that this actually works is, maybe another example of not being able to see what I get from being a dev and doing dark mode on everything. But basically, we got Alice up here. Alice wants to use a Bitcoin in DeFi protocol, but she doesn't trust a custodian to hold her Bitcoin. And because Alice is super smart, she decided to join the Stacks ecosystem and try out SBTC. So right here, down here, you can see we've currently got 100 Bitcoin stored. This isn't real numbers, by the way. We have more than that, but for the example, we have 100 Bitcoin that is in what's called the peg wallet of SBTC. And so what's going to happen is Alice decides she wants to convert 1 Bitcoin into SBTC so she can use it in the ecosystem. She's going to send that Bitcoin to that special wallet that's collectively controlled by the signers. Now, these are a separate group of signers than what we talked about for Stacks, but it's a decentralized group of signers that are going to basically collectively control this wallet. So it's not like a single organization, it's a distributed set of organizations that are going to control this wallet. She's going to use something like the Bridge app that we have set up on the Stacks ecosystem, or as you can do also if you're an application, you can actually build your own custom version of a Bridge into the UX of your application. So her Bitcoin is going to get sent to that wallet. We have a couple different components that are then going to basically notify the signer software that that transaction has occurred. So now we've got 101 Bitcoin wrapped up into this wallet. And when I say wallet, this is really represented as a single UTXO. So what'll happen is the signers will go through and consolidate all of these transactions into a single UTXO that represents all of the Bitcoin that is being held as SBTC. So the signers will detect that, they'll pick it up. And then what they're going to do is after that gets sent to the signers, that transaction has happened, they're going to verify it. And then what they're going to do is they're going to then basically vote on if that is a valid transaction or not. If they reach 70% consensus, it's considered valid, and they are then going to mint SBTC in response to that. And part of the Bridge process is that Alice will also send over a Stacks address she wants that SBTC sent to. So that's a clarity contract on the Stacks side of things. It's then going to mint that SBTC to Alice. She can now take that. She has 1 SBTC now in her Stacks wallet. She can deploy that in DeFi. She can do whatever she wants with it. Then let's say, okay, I did the DeFi stuff. I want my Bitcoin back into layer 1 Bitcoin. Now she's going to call that same contract, but she's going to call a withdrawal function. And that is, again, going to ping the signers to say, hey, we've got a withdrawal. They're then going to initiate the process of withdrawing that back to Alice on the L1. So Alice gets her 1 Bitcoin. After they have verified that that transaction has occurred successfully, then those SBTC signers are going to burn the corresponding amount of SBTC. So because of this system, SBTC is always exactly 1-to-1 correlated with Bitcoin, and people can move it in and out of that as they wish. So that's how SBTC works. And all of this eventually settles on Bitcoin because there's one piece of that proof of transfer protocol that we didn't quite mention yet. And that is that what happens when a miner switches tenures to the next miner, what they do is they will record the hash of the last block that they mined in that handover process. So the transaction that will initiate the handoff from one miner to the next, they're going to record the last hash of the mine that they blocked, the block that they mined. When the miner then the next miner takes over, and they start appending blocks and proposing them to the signers, the first thing the signers will do is verify that they are building on top of the correct block that they're supposed to, and they're not going to allow them to mine those blocks if they're not. Because if the miner's not doing that, that means that they're attempting to overtake the network and create their own fork of the Stacks chain. So the Stacks chain will always follow one-to-one in lockstep with the Bitcoin chain. And this is what we mean when we say that Stacks has Bitcoin finality. Because of the way that mechanism works, if you wanted to go back and reverse a Stacks transaction, you would actually have to go back and reverse the Bitcoin transaction that it was included in, because it's not going to be considered a relevant block to build, and the signers are going to reject it, because the signers and the miners have complementary incentives. So they're not competing, but they're not the same either. So the signers are incentivized to make sure the blocks are valid. The miners are incentivized to mine the blocks. And so that complementary system is what helps lock down that Bitcoin finality. So, you guys want to play a game? I want to see how much you were paying attention. We're going to play Stacklander. There can only do one. If anybody gets that reference. So, I'm going to hit this. You guys are going to all get your phones out. And we're going to scan this. We're going to play a little trivia game. The more correct answers you get, and the faster you answer them, the more points you get. After the game's over, I'm going to send 100 stacks to whoever gets the top spot. So hopefully y'all paid attention. I'm going to have my feelings hurt if you didn't. Let me know if it's not working.
Can I put my BTC name, or does it need to be, yeah?
I'm just going to manually send it, so put whatever there.
Blockface is the first one in.
If you don't have a Stacks address yet, put that in there and talk with me after, and we'll get you set up with one. Everybody good? Anybody still going? Wait, all right, we'll wait. We got 6 minutes. The game only takes about a minute and a half, so we're good.
My address is in my laptop. Bravo, you're trolling on people. Yeah, I totally.
No wonder it wouldn't let me get that name.
I know. You were stuck with Pendejo.
I have some competition there. Also, fair warning, I coded this at like midnight last night, so I tested it a few times on my own, but just keep that in mind. Everybody in?
Yep.
Somebody say no? Mike, are you saying no, or are you stretching your neck? Okay. All right, we're gonna do this. Everybody get ready? You're gonna be looking at your phones. That's where you're gonna wanna look. Questions are gonna pop up. You gotta get the right answer as quick as you can. Ready? Get ready. Halfway there.
Yes, Harold, I will tell him that.
All right, we're down to the last question. Let's see who's gonna win this thing. Here it comes. Ah,
Oh!
Congratulations. No, Fred's the real winner. All right, that's it for me. Thank you, everybody. Okay, if there's any questions, we need a question for a couple minutes if anybody has any. Anybody have any questions for Kenny?
All right, guys, that does it for me for the live stream. Gonna switch off.
Thanks.
Hopefully, GP's in the wings to reset up the screen share for restream content. But we are wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires. We'll see
Here we
you all
are,
later.
Buenos Aires. And so one of the reasons as to why that is due to the efforts of a few important folks in the Stacks community. These guys have been working really hard and doing lots of community programming and activation for the last 18 months. They're going to talk a little bit about their stories, some lessons they learned along the way, what they've achieved, and what they're going to get involved in.
Oh no, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay. I didn't realize there was a Stacks Latam up. Let's go. Woo! Brother, can you do me a favor? Yeah. Can you just hold this on them for a minute? Sure.
Is it that's remember?
Hi guys, what's up? It's glad to come here. But this brief summary is super important and deeply kind starts that now. Here, principle. Now, downloading 80 development and pass on to Colombia. Well, 2024 was a big year. Start that mission to increase developer adoption in Latin America. 2025 was awesome because you are here for that. Well, again, 2024 was expand and increase our ecosystem in countries like Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. The idea was launch the first Clarity Bootcamp in Spanish. We received over 100.5 applications, and finally, we invest 15 hours learning Clarity. Next, Nakamura Meetups was a perfect skills to increase our scope. For example, we have 6 countries in 9 big cities to explain how works Stacks, how works Clarity, few weeks under the environment to operate tablets. Well, hopefully, the complete was a big event and our purpose to increase our scope to explain how Stacks is working with Bitcoin. In the end of 2024, we execute our first online hackathon with different countries in order to meet you to meet your projects and increase our impact for the next year. And that's it. Rolling 25 India. Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So, what happened in 2025 which made a shift plan? We start growing the ecosystem, we continue growing the ecosystem, but we try to focus more in retention builders. So we did a roadmap for this year when we try to activate every city in North America with different kinds of initiatives like IRL meetups, like technical workshops, and online bootcamp. We can take to have many
developers from Latin America here.
You're officially a DeOrganized canon.
Very exciting for us. Have many projects from different countries from Latin America here in Argentina, building and sharing their projects to all the crypto and Bitcoin community. This was part of the plan. We did a lot of meetups in Chile, Colombia, Peru. We activated the Texas partnerships here in Argentina, like Rotherham, who already won a prize in Tax by Coding Hackathon. We unlock new developer communities like Bolivia, countries we've never been before. And also we expand our presence in other countries like Argentina, like Mexico or Brazil. The results didn't see, but it was around growing around 600% between 2024 and 2025. We grow with more than 40 developers in the ecosystem right now. In comparison with last year, when we did a hacker house, we had approximately 80 developers. So it's exciting for us to have more developers in our ecosystem right now. But what was one of our most important regional milestone? We did a hackathon last month, an online hackathon, the Start online hackathon, and we have more than 250 builders from across Latin America building projects and stuff. We achieved a record with more than 50 tax-based projects. Our initial objective was 10 projects, so it was a good result for us, like more than 50 projects building and doing things and stuff. And the winners from this hackathon come here to our hackathon in Argentina. We have winners from Brazil, from Peru, from Mexico, and Bolivia, winners that you already saw in the previous presentation, like P2P, like certificates like X402 and stuff. Other success stories we have here in LATAM ecosystem. 2 of the 3 winners from the Global Stacks hackathon, by Coding Hackathon, came from LATAM. Rother Labs, the first place for this hackathon, they are from Argentina, and they won the hackathon after participating in one of our clarity workshops we did with them in the month of September. So this is good for us because with this initiative, we activate a region like Argentina, which is going to be important for the ecosystem here in Latin America. And also, the winner of the 2024 Stacks Latam Hackathon and Stacks Latam Hackathon we did last year during the BitConf, here in Argentina, still working in the Stacks ecosystem and be part from the Stacks program, which is like one of the most exclusive programs in the Stacks ecosystem. And he joined to the Stacks ecosystem and the Stacks Hackathon, for his participation in our program. So that's it. Well, that's what we want to share with us. This is part of the result we had in these 2 years. We have a growth between the quantity of builders we retain between 2024 and 2025. And now LATAM is one of the strongest contributors to Stacks ecosystem builder panel. What else? Right. Well, as Jonathan told us, we are just now 3 people in the Stacks core team building, but we invite you, if you are a developer, if you are a builder, if you are an educator, builder, or even you are interested in being part from the Stacks Latam, it doesn't matter what country are you, if you are from Brazil, from Mexico, doesn't matter. We come together, accelerate the Stacks adoption and create impact across the region. If you are interested in joining us in this ecosystem and continue building and continue growing the ecosystem, you can scan this QR code, share with your friends, share with any people who are interested. We speak Spanish, we speak Portuguese, we speak English also, so we have space for everyone in Latin America to continue building in Stacks. And what's next for 2026? So we want to increase our presence here in Argentina, but also in other cities important in Latin America as Mexico or Brazil. We have the mission to expand not only developer education, we want to continue with community education and also help with other protocols and other the apps or projects who are already building in Bitcoin with the Stacks to connect them with the LATAM builders, with the LATAM ecosystem, give more opportunities for our people to work with them. And we are going to continue keep pushing to accomplish that the next major staff projects come from Latin America. So I think it's all. Thank you very much. Gracias. Español, obrigado.
Well done, Saxophone team. You guys earned and deserve a little bit more of a louder round of applause than that. Let's hear it a little bit louder. Well done, Angel. Well done. So while they pack up, we have a quick update. So next we're going to hear from Eric. Eric is going to talk about bridging Bitcoin and building with the SBTC JS library. And Eric is going to be our final speaker of the day. So when Eric is wrapped, I'll do an official close, and then we will go into the happy hour closing event of the entire conference. So let's hear it for our last speaker of the day. Let's hear for Eric Toy from the Sax Labs.
Hello. Oh, nice done. Oh, I'm live. So, for those who have seen my demo on Sunday, I demoed basically how to bridging your Bitcoins to SBTC via the SBTC library. And, oh yeah. Yeah. It's, oh, okay. Well, yeah, they can see it. Okay, cool. This is fine. Yeah, this is the browser. Yeah. All right, so let me see how I can do this. All right. All right, so I don't have any slides. Yeah. I'm just raw notes and raw code. So, all right. So for those who've seen me on Sunday, you've seen me demo how to use the SBTC JS library for pegging your Bitcoins to SBTC. And I did the reverse of pegging your SBTC out back into Bitcoin. For those who are still sticking around for the last workshop, you know what? I'm gonna peg in the Bitcoins and have somebody else receive the minted SBTC. Who wants the SBTC? Yeah. Okay, let me randomize it. Who should I pick? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Let's do that, all right? Who can say SBTC the loudest? Well, let's do it on 3. 3, 2, 1. SBTC! Oh, I think you won.
Yeah, absolutely.
Send me your stats address in a Telegram group. Okay, so yeah, this workshop is going to be about using that library so that anybody, any app, any builder can integrate a peg in and peg out process for SBTC for their users. At the moment, there is obviously an official SBTC bridge app, but with this library, with this JS library, you can integrate that into your own app and customize it based on the flow of your app and the UX of your app. Scrolling down, so the goals for this workshop is, to understand the Bitcoin to SBTC pegging flow, understand the reverse, which is the SBTC back into Bitcoin peg out flow, and to persuade you to build your own SBTC bridge UI. So I feel like everyone here is in the know already. Do I need to explain this? What do you think? No? Yes? No?
Give the 10-second version.
Okay. What does it mean to bridge Bitcoin? It means to bring Bitcoin from the layer 1 to the layer 2 on stacks and to make Bitcoin productive, programmable, unleash Bitcoin's power. All right, a high-level overview of how the system works. We have, think of it as 3 different parties. On the left side is the Bitcoin chain, on the right side is the Stacks chain, and in the middle are very well reputable, trusted men in suit and ties signers, right? These are the guys that we're trusting to sign the SBTC operations, communicate with the SBTC contracts, and also help to manage the SBTC UTXOs. The SBTC UTXO, to give you a little quick glimpse of what that is up over here. Let me refresh the page by clicking on this. This is where the single SBTC UTXO lives on this ginormous taproot address, and this is controlled by the signers. It's very dark right now, it's very hard to see, but the current balance is about 4,300, and that represents how much the value is in SBTC on stacks right now. So,
it's just under 400 million.
Go back here. And yeah. All right. So this is understanding the peg-in flow. We're going to go one level deeper into the peg-in flow. Let me make it bigger. Did you send, Antonio, send your stacks address to me? Okay, yeah.
He needs it now.
Yeah, he's getting the minted SBTC that I'm going to be demonstrating. Lucky me in right there. All right, so this is one level deeper for the peg-in flow of what we're going to demonstrate. The user, that's me, I'm going to be on Bitcoin. I'm going to send my Bitcoin not to the signers, but to a custom Taproot address or a custom P2TR, pay to Taproot address. Once this transaction confirms, the signers will then sweep this UTXO right here into their main address that I showed you a second ago. They're going to complete all their configuration checks and whatnot. And then once they feel that it's confirmed and that they have UTXO in their address, they will then invoke the Clarity contracts on the right side, on the stack side, and then Antonio will be getting freshly minted SBTC. So the overview of the deposit peg and flow of what I just went through in that diagram. As the builder, you have 4 things that you need to do. You need to build the SBTC deposit address or that custom Taproot address, sign and broadcast the Bitcoin transaction, notify the signers that you are making a deposit, and then confirm the user's balance at the end. All right, let's get into the demo. Any questions so far? No? Well, that's a good thing. All right. So I have this code over here. I'm gonna run it locally. Right now it's running locally on a local server. I'm gonna bring up that website. Slide this over. Pretty good. All right. So yeah. I'll repeat it again. What we're going to do now is peg in Bitcoin from my wallet into SBTC to Antonio's stacks address. And let me get that address. Oh, send me a tested address. I mean, like, we're dealing with real money here. I'm gonna be sending you real SPT here, not net.
Yeah.
But I can go through the code. Oh, wait, that's kind of hard to see the code, right? We can see.
Oh, we can see it.
Okay, so my angle is like blurred a little bit, but oh yeah, you're right. Come on down. All right. So let me make it bigger. Actually, it's kind of small. Oh, you sent me.
Yeah.
You sent me a main address. Nice. Perfect. Update the code. All right. So this field over here, I'm gonna get rid of that field, and I'm gonna replace it with Antonio's address. Oh. All right. That's all right, cool. It's working now. Let me just refresh my app. Oh, cool. And let me make the code bigger again. All right. So, all right. So at the top over here, we're creating that custom Bitcoin or custom Tether address. This address is controlled by me, user, and also the signers. Once we create that custom address, we're going to send it and pass it into this field over here. This method is going to invoke your Sats wallet, and it's going to create a Bitcoin transfer. We're going to specify that custom deposit address that we just made, and also the amount of Bitcoin that we want to peg into SBTC. And then at the end over here, we are going to retrieve the TX hex of that same Bitcoin transaction that we just made. And we're going to notify the signers about it, just so that they are aware that there was a pegging process that is being requested, and for them to basically monitor it, check it, and sweep those Bitcoins into their main address. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We're using the SBTC library for that create deposit address method. And also with this client over here, this client is using, he's able to communicate with the signers via the Emily API. And then so with this short amount of code, we can simulate the Bitcoin to SBTC process. So let's go ahead and peg. Well, first I want to make sure my wallet is properly connected actually. So let's go and you know what? Yeah. Second. All right, so my wallet's connected to my app, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the purple button. I made it purple just so I can differentiate between peg in and peg out, right? So we're pegging the sets, the old purple facade. So let's go ahead and invoke that function. And nothing is happening. Hold on a second. Okay. Going back. All right. Let's put in my password. Is that what it is? Okay, let's do this. off screen, and so nobody can see what I'm typing in, just in case. All right, and we're back. So to summarize, I'm making a Bitcoin transaction to mint into SBTC. The transaction is going to consist of 0.01 Bitcoin. That is at the moment the minimum to peg it. And then we're going to confirm it. And then in about maybe 2 or 3 Bitcoin block confirmations, you should be receiving freshly minted SBTC on mainnet.
Woo! Okay. And my Bitcoins went through. At the moment, it's probably in net pool right now, waiting for confirmation. But essentially, it's honestly as easy as that, and you can customize this flow however you want to, based on the purpose of your app, the UX of your app, UI. So just a little glimpse as to that custom deposit address that we created. Essentially, we're creating an address or a temporary address that, let me make it bigger. Okay. So we're creating a temporary address that contains a deposit script that is controlled by the signers, reclaim script controlled by me if I want to reclaim back my Bitcoins, and an unspendable pub key that's kind of like, doesn't really mean anything, but essentially it technically means that this address right here doesn't have a spendable private key. So meaning like that actually nobody has control over this address, but the signers and I have control over those scripts over there. And honestly, that was it. So there was the reverse process, the withdrawing of your SBTC back into Bitcoin. It's pretty similar. The user on Stacks is gonna burn their SBTC in the Clarity contracts, and then the signers will be receiving that emitted event from the contracts. And then the signers, after performing their checks, they will then send back the Bitcoins to your Bitcoin address. And so the process for the developer is just, you want to make sure that the Bitcoin address is valid, make a contract call to the specific SBTC contract, and then you want to confirm that transaction. So lastly, to sum it up, why build your own SBTC bridge? Well, I kind of stated it in the beginning. One, you can tailor the UX for your specific app's flow. For those who use the main app, maybe there might be some things that you want to add more to get more status updates or more information regarding that, regarding the transaction, either on the Bitcoin side or on the Stack side. You alleviate having your users from moving away from your apps, that you don't need to have your user open up a new window, a new browser, a new app, localize it, rebrand it for your community, and you can continue to make Bitcoin bridging invisible. And on the final thing that I want to leave you guys on is the official bridge proves minting SBTC works. Your bridge proves what's possible next. So that's it.
Let's hear it for the winner of the new receiver of Eric's SBTC.
He got about $100 worth of it.
Let's go. All because of his loud voice. Sometimes you have to be loud.
And also thanks to the current minimum of how much you can pay in. Right now, the minimum is about $100 worth of Bitcoin. So,
okay.
Honestly, if there was no minimum, I would have just maybe gave you like $5. But now you have $100 worth of
for minimum.
So.
Awesome. Thanks, Eric. Well done. Well done. That was fun. All right, everyone. So that is a wrap. That was our last speaker. Today, we had a panel, and we had a keynote, and we had a fireside. We had another panel.
And we had 11 projects give demonstrations of what they've been working on really hard for the last 4 days, followed by our final 2 workshops that just wrapped up today. I'm your host, I'm Adam, I am white. We're gonna move into our little closing happy hour session. Don't talk to me, I'm too tired, I need a minute. No, I'm kidding. Let's go have some fun over there. We have beverages, we have refreshments, we have some food. Let's go have some fun, let's mingle, let's network with everybody. Thank you for coming out. Bitcoin Builders Conference, Buenos Aires, after that. Thank you. Let's go.
All right, guys, that's a wrap. We're wrapping up our presence at Buenos Aires for DevConnect and all of the Stacks events around. I'll be back at my desk, probably not tomorrow morning. I'll be flying in tomorrow morning around showtime. I think I'll see you guys on Friday. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I'm gonna hook up with GP and we'll get some more content going soon. See y'all on the flip side. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
Oh, okay. Keep it. Oh. Yes.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
Well, the test results were positive, and I got a breast cancer. And I explained all the details and was really watching his reaction. Didn't know what to expect. He was listening, and when I said that I won't be able to get pregnant for quite some time, then he started to cry. And you know, usually in the movies, people are holding a person that's been diagnosed with cancer and telling that everything will be fine, and just, you know, brushing the tears of the cheek. And I was doing that to him, and I'm like, everything's gonna be fine, I'm young, I'm cool, everything will be okay. And I just moved on with my life. Suddenly the doctor's plan have changed. They thought I will have a chemotherapy first and then we will see. Unfortunately, the results show differently, and I had to get the mastectomy. And the second I woke up after the surgery, I thought it's a bad dream. I was not sure where I am, and just confused. In a couple of minutes, I got myself together a bit, and I looked at my chest, and it wasn't the same anymore. I don't have anymore what I had like 2 hours ago. And how did that happen? How can you just lose a part of your flesh, your body, your femininity, yourself? But I was holding cool, I guess. In 2 hours, I was going back home, and actually first I cried the next morning when I felt the physical pain, and when my partner came to give me painkillers in the middle of the night, and I couldn't move on my own. The pain was so bad. And then time went by. Every day was a struggle. Struggle to move, struggle to look at yourself, because it's not the same. The body is not the same. I'm not the same. What I'm gonna do now? I had the support of my family, but inside of your head you are alone. You know that you have that support, but in your head you are alone with your thoughts, with everything that you feel, and you see that reflection in the mirror that's not you anymore. You, but not you.
Jamie, do you have the next photo?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Just just give me a shout like you did, and because I can't actually see what's going on the screen apart from looking at the piece. But yeah, well done for sharing, Shanetta, and I'll move on to the next piece.
Yeah, so I couldn't look at myself in the mirror to see a broken woman that is no longer like a woman. After the mastectomy scar healed a bit, I had to go through the chemotherapy for 6 months. I can say in the movies they don't show a lot of details, a lot of feelings. I was late to my first chemotherapy appointment just because I couldn't step out of my doorstep. It still felt surreal, like it's not me. I went, I got the drugs, and I thought, what next? So how it's going to be? Usually people say it kicks in on the third appointment, on the third chemotherapy. In my case, it was not the case. In my case, it hit me pretty hard after the first one. After the third appointment, I started to notice that I am losing my hair. And I was trying to save the hair so badly. I haven't washed my hair for like 5 days. I just put it in a ponytail, and I was afraid to touch it because every single touch just takes more and more hair off. And one day I just felt so fed up. I just needed to clean my head, And I thought, where is the point if everything will end up in the bathtub? So I went to my partner and I said, shave my head. I need to release that, what that uncomfortable feeling, you know. And my friend was filming and my partner was shaving my head. I was laughing, I was crying, I was laughing again and then again crying. And the feeling when you touch your scalp, it's insane. I know it's just the hair, but for us women it's a lot. It's our identity from one point, and we all have hair, but we're not the same, you know. We look differently. And for me, it was a shock. It was really a shock. I was ashamed when I looked in the mirror. I was ashamed the way I looked. I was afraid what my partner will think. What if he thinks that I'm ugly now? And I had a bunch of stupid thoughts and weird feelings. And my friend was telling me, oh, you look amazing, don't worry about it. And my partner just scratched my scalp and said, oh, that's cool, you look like the army guy, which did not sound funny for me, but I guess he just tried to be funny. And I remember I took a photo and I sent to my cousin, and she was absolutely amazed by that. For I don't know why. She said I even look better than with the hair, which gave me a smile, really a smile. And next morning, I was just playing kind of in front of the mirror. I was just doing faces and telling myself, oh, who is that chick in the mirror? You look quite nice. And it helped. It helped for a bit. It gave me a bit of normality, I guess, because nothing is normal, but it's just a new normal. And yeah, then chemotherapy went along. It was very hard. I lost all the hair. I lost my eyebrows, my eyelashes. I haven't had a single hair on my body. It was just insane. The amount of physical pain that you can feel during the chemotherapy. It was way more than I was told to. Every person takes it differently, and I was not ready for it. But I'm happy it's finished. After chemotherapy, I went through the radiotherapy. It's not that painful, it's just a bit uncomfortable. And that took a month. Every day for 5 working days for a whole month. You have to come into the room, expose yourself, get half naked, different people every day, and you lay still and pretend that you're not where you are, basically. At least this is how I was helping myself, I guess. And finally it's over. Everything over. No more of constant scans, no more of needles. Like, that's it. And actually the scariest part, I guess, it was, yeah, but what now? What I'm gonna do now? For the last year, it's like someone tattooed on my forehead, a cancer patient. I had a new identity. I am a cancer patient. And I have my appointments. I have to take the medication. I have to take care of myself and do this and that. And now that's it. It's over. I'm still bald. I'm still have no eyebrows or eyelashes. What now? And friends and close family, they're trying to be very supportive, and they're so happy that you finished this road, and I knew I
Sorry,
should feel
Shanetta.
happy, but I wasn't feeling happy. It was a new beginning of
Photo,
something.
please. Jamie.
Sorry, next piece.
Next piece, please. Shanetta, sorry about the interruption.
No
and
worries.
Did the doctors did they inform you, when you're going through the chemotherapy, like, were you being told that you're going to lose your hair, you're going to lose, all that before you